release item EC 6.17, the Downtown West Service and Facilities Review.
You have a motion?
Yeah, I have a small motion around setting up a working group as outlined in Rec 1. If that can be put up, I can move the motion and release.
Wait, the motion's on the screen. Everybody okay? Good? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items amended, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we'll now go back to our deputants on EC 6.13, Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism update. We've already started some of the speakers. We are on now our next speaker, Delphonte Atkins. Mr. Atkins here? Delphonte Atkins? Not here? Delphonte Atkins, okay. Our next speaker, Verla Stevens from the Sherbourne Health. Good afternoon, welcome. And you have 5 minutes, thank you.
My name is Verla Stevens, Mentorship and Peer Leadership Coordinator of Supporting Our Youth, which is a program out of Sherbourne Health. SOY is a community program that works specifically with queer, trans, or LGBT2SQ youth in the city of Toronto. I'm here to share our experiences in working with Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit at the city. The CABR unit with Supporting Our Youth and with Black Coalition for AIDS Prevention worked on a consistent basis to do the much needed work of breaking down the barriers that face Black, African, queer, trans youth in accessing services. We worked really tirelessly to try so that the city can actually begin that work of building trust and faith with Black, queer, trans communities to ensure that our lives do matter when talking about anti-Black racism. The CABR provided the time, the resources to ensure that youth during this process of us working together was centered, that their voices were centered and honored. They worked tirelessly to develop trust with the youth, knowing that they have felt neglected, not heard from the city, not heard from community agencies, and also not being heard from their communities. On Saturday, April 5th, 2019, the CABR with Black Coalition for AIDS Prevention and Sherbourne Health held a day-long symposium called Spilling the Tea. We actually called it a symposium for Black, African, queer, trans youth and service providers. Many youth came out on that day. It actually showed us that the work that the CABR did actually created a level of trust for them to come out in their numbers, to share their experiences, to have the space to be able to tell us as service providers what was working for them, what's not working, what they need. This ongoing feedback has continued, especially at my organization, where Black and African queer trans youth are constantly coming up to us to see, when next is there going to be another symposium. In fact, yesterday, Sherbourne Health had our post-Pride barbecue and celebration, where we actually had 3 Black, African, queer, trans youth who actually never accessed our services before, came to Sherbourne to find out when next are we having this symposium coming up. So I actually truly believe, our agency truly believes, that the CABR has shown Black, queer, trans youth and Black, queer, trans communities that our lives do indeed matter, and Sherbourne Health is really looking forward to continue working with the CABR to dismantle transphobia and homophobia in our diverse Black African communities in the city.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Oh, sorry, Councillor Carroll, question?
Yeah, I do have a question. Because they come to Sherburne Health, they're sort of in a safe space if they come to you to talk about things. By and large, are Black and queer trans youth, do they feel safe in our sports and recreation programs? Do they feel safe in our youth outreach centers, places like that?
Well, from the feedback that we got, of course there's challenges. Not only do they have to deal with anti-Black racism within these spaces, but they also have to deal with transphobia and homophobia.
Right.
So yes, so I think though what has been happening is that knowing that there is this unit in the city who actually is taking the time to actually hear their experiences and actually what they need, what they would like to see. And allowing space for them to be able to speak is actually allowing them to feel that, wait, I have a right to say what I need, and that it looks as if the city is actually looking to care about me through this unit.
Yeah.
That is the kind of feedback that we're getting, which has been beautiful.
So I don't see, and maybe I'm just missing it, I don't see in the year 2 recommendations,
Yeah.
I'm trying to find what are the big next steps in this regard.
Well, at this point, the first year, it was really about making connections to actually let Black, African, queer, trans folks know that this unit is actually for us as well, and that our lives are being centered.
Right.
So that work of building trust, breaking down those barriers, is the work that has been happening, not only in our agencies, but also in the community as well. So as
Yes.
a queer person myself, I actually am feeling the effects of the CABR reaching out to us in particular ways to say that we are talking about anti-Black racism, but we want to make sure that intersection of gender and sexuality and how that impacts us in the city is important. So that has been happening. So year 2, we are actually, at least the work that we've been doing with CABR is actually going to the communities where Black African communities are. So we are actually looking forward to going to like the East in Scarborough, going to Jane and Finch. As you know,
Yeah.
a lot of this work, especially for queer trans community, happens downtown.
Yeah.
And many of us don't live downtown. So we are actually in the process of doing that work to get out there. So as I said yesterday, when the youth asked me, they know that something else is happening, and they actually know that we're coming out there, right? So we
Right.
haven't gotten a space yet, but we're looking either Jane and Finch community or Scarborough community, something that we're actually looking forward to doing.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming down today. Okay, our next speaker, Cole, has asked that we send up Paul Dunn, Nathan Baya, and Keisha Dwyer. Are they here? Welcome, good afternoon. You know the buttons are in front of you, the yellow button? Good afternoon, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiosha, and I'll be representing Delta.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Bai, and I'll be representing the Black Creek Community Health Center.
And good afternoon, my name is Paul Dunn, and I'll also be representing Black Creek Community Health Center.
Okay, so to start it off, our program is Olori. Olori is an anti-Black racism program dedicated to helping Black youth heal from the trauma related to anti-Black racism. We have a discussion group called Discussion to Action. So basically we meet every Thursday from 5:30 till 7:30 to just discuss with Black youth about how anti-Black racism has affected them and helping them process that trauma. We also have been reading Policing Black Lives by Robert Maynard. It's a book that helps us truly see the racism that's found in Canada. I know a lot of people believe that racism is only found in America, but through that book and having that book club, we've definitely been indulging in different things. We had an event where the youth could confront the type of anti-Black racism they deal with within Jane and Finch. Our youth had seen the video from George Mamalidi where he was referring to our community as cockroaches and different things along those lines. and we got a chance to speak about how we feel about that. And it was our perfect example to show our community this is the type of stuff that we deal with every day, and this is why our group is so important. It's an all-black group. It's definitely important to have a place where that all black youth can connect and speak on their experiences from day-to-day life and day-to-day experiences. We've had the opportunity to invite many guest speakers in our space. One of those guest speakers was George Minot, Garfield Minot, and he's a black paleo artist. And it was just good for the youth to see representation of themselves so that they can see that no matter how white-dominated an industry can be, you can still, as a black youth, succeed in that area. So we've gotten a chance to have guest speakers, we had a chance to have book guest speakers, and just incredible representation of the community within those spaces to help truly youth on how to process trauma and not re-experience trauma. Because there's no point of talking about it to relive it. We talk about it to process it, and we also plan on doing multiple things to help our youth heal and to help many youth from our community of Jane and Finch heal. So I'll pass it on to, yeah.
So yeah, just piggybacking off what Nathan said, anti-black racism in our communities it manifests itself as a lack of opportunities. It manifests itself as poor health outcomes, poor education outcomes. It manifests itself as us being at the top of many lists, such as being in child welfare, being on the welfare system, having, like I said, having poor health. And our program is important because if we look at Census Canada, let's be honest, just in 2017, the violence against black people has increased to 85%. We're twice as likely to drop out of high school. And we ask ourselves, why is this the case? So in our program, every Thursday, we ask ourselves these questions, and we try to find answers. We acknowledge the problems, and we try to explore solutions. And I feel like as long as racism exists, a program like this will always be necessary. To fight centuries of oppression, it's not going to happen in a year or two. It's an ongoing process. And we have to use a bottom-up approach, not a top-down. Because let's be honest, with all due respect, you won't be here forever. And eventually, it's going to be us that has to take up the mantle and try to find a solution.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say, long story short, is with any program, funding is needed, and we need funding to continue this program. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to talk about Delta Family Resource Center and the community program that we have to offer Black families. Delta prioritizes healthy families and sustaining a Black family and making sure that we provide the right resources for family support, parental support, Black youth that have dropped out of school. Currently, I am the camp supervisor, and I've brought along my entire staff with me. And it's important that we offer these spaces for Black leaders to come together and also provide for their family, for themselves. They're all going into post-secondary in September. And Delta prioritizes making sure that there are jobs available for Black leaders to come together and also work within prioritized neighborhoods like Kipling, Rexdale, Jane and Finch. We work alongside Aloria as well. And my staff will be working with a bunch of families that are predominantly people of color and Black. So I think it's important that the funding continues to sustain the many programs that Delta has to offer, as well as the leaders that are part of making sure that our camps and the different programs we have to offer are being represented. It's not just people who are coming into these spaces that don't look like our youth. It's camp counselors that actually look like them and also have been through similar experiences, that come from the same neighborhoods, the same homes. They're the ones providing leadership and guidance and making sure that their summers are phenomenal. And I think it's important that we continue to pour into them and pour into the neighborhoods that their youth are coming from.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And just to end off, I think our programs, they're not just meant for containment. It's not just let's keep these youth here to keep them safe away from the streets. It's no, let's keep these youth here to turn them into young leaders. Because all the youth in our program, we don't expect them to just follow us, but we put them in positions where they can become leaders themselves. That way, if the program was to be finished, they can still go on in the world and still be the leaders that we call them to be. But obviously, with the amount of importance, this program needs to continue so our young leaders can continue to flourish. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Carroll, question?
Yeah, so our role in this now becomes, you touched on it a little bit, Kersha, the funding piece. So the funding that has been coming, it isn't all from us. You're getting funding from multiple sources, I would think.
Yes.
So, are we doing enough? Or should we be taking the programs you've just described and replicating them so that they are happening in both sides of town?
I think that more could be done. Currently, we have an event coming up July 11th for Black is the New Black, and your CAR program has contributed to partner up with Delta to provide spaces for Black youth to come talk about the intersection of Blackness. However, the funding for the event was cut a little bit. And beyond that event, there's other events and other things that we want to bring out to our communities that are not being met. So I think more could be poured out, as well as making sure that spaces are not just in our Kipling location, but as someone mentioned briefly before, but downtown and other places of the GTA, because we don't have youth just coming from Kipling area, but coming from all walks of life.
So if we want to continue this, we're going to go into year 2. You should at least have the support that you're getting now. But the goal is mapping out where should this be happening so that we are actually expanding it.
Yes. Go ahead.
So I was saying, when I mentioned funding, I meant we were given a grant for this project,
Yeah.
for this program. And obviously, the grant, at the end of the day, the money is going to expire. It's going to be done.
Yeah.
I guess when I say funding, we're looking at how can we make this program sustainable,
Exactly.
right? How can we make this an ongoing program? Just because we're, early 20s?
Yeah.
Right, so we're all in our early 20s. We have youth in our neighborhoods that look up to us.
Right.
Youth who are still within this system that's inherently designed not to help them progress. And that's just the reality of it.
Right.
So we're looking at ways to make this program sustainable so that when they reach that age of maturity where they can actually understand what's going on in the world around them, that we're able to do that. Because as it is now, the funding will probably last us, maybe a year?
Yeah, a year.
2 at most.
At most.
And as I said, it's a problem that's been happening for a very long time, and to cut off the program in its infancy doesn't make sense. It's one that needs to be nurtured and grow so that it can also be replicated in other areas that need it.
Yeah, because so many times within our community, we get these amazing programs. You feel comfortable, you feel safe to come out, and then one random day, the doors aren't open for them anymore. And then they're just told just negative things that would lead them to live a negative lifestyle. So when we have a program where Black youth feel safe, where they grow, where every day they flourish in different manners, it'd be a shame to cut it off and then randomly send them in the world with no form of direction. Right? Because I don't truly believe middle school or high school prepares these youth for real life. I think they graduate, they're sent out in the world, but these community programs do help them figure out what life is past 18.
Right.
And even during their adolescence, yeah.
And beyond that, we really try to inspire critical thinkers. We try to inspire in ourselves how to ask the questions that need to be answered, the questions we don't know the answers to. So I think, again, to make this sustainable and why it's important to make it sustainable and have it go on for years to come is that, for the most part, we don't understand why we're in the positions that we're in. We don't know why. And for us, in this program, we've been exploring the whys and exploring the historic context that have brought us to this state. So that's why we believe it's important to explore options to make this program more sustainable so that it's available for years to come.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winston W. LaRose.
Mr. Chairman and members of the EC Committee, I certainly am privileged and feel very honored to be here, and I want to thank the Toronto Action Group for the work they have done in developing this proposal that has been given much consideration, and I really want to see it effected in the most possible practical way that it could do. I'm sorry that Mr. Michael Thompson isn't here currently, because I wanted to say a few words to him in regard to his own presence in this committee and the significance of that to the Black community in general. And so I'd like to say those words in the best way I can now before I move into the more essential part of my expressions here today. Mr. Michael Thompson came to this council many years ago as the only black presence, and he succeeded other individual black identities such as Bev Salmon and Rob Davis as the only single representative in a council that should be very diverse but does not reflect or represent Toronto in the way it ought to in the contemporary period. And so just to see the kind of durability and the respect and the presence and the quality of able leadership that he's provided with the consistency that has happened over the period of time, I want to thank him on behalf of the black community in Toronto. And I want to say to this council that without his presence, we would have no presence at all at City Hall. So representation and presence in representation are fundamentally important to any social organization of peoples in order that we could have a valid and meaningful role and consideration in the society. So having said that, I want to jump quickly to the essence of why we're here today. Anti-black racism. Now, why anti-black racism? So what is blackness anyway? And that term was coined by Stephen Lewis many years ago because we were talking about racism, which in its essence meant discrimination against black people in North America. And because it became so generous in offering opportunities to others, other ethnicities, language groups and otherwise, in terms of all being defined in the same way as visible minorities, people of color, all kinds of changing, shifting identities. And so blackness is something that does not seem to have a strong and valid and affirmative role for the people who I find in large presence in the prisons that I go to, whether it's provincial or federal, it's the same story, being kicked out in largely disproportionate numbers out of their high schools. They're not even getting through high schools into universities. This is a reality. It is black male youth, whatever else they might care to call themselves, but those are the people that I see in disadvantaged situations. They're the ones that are being shot and killed indiscriminately, either by police or by themselves. Now, this should be of great concern, not only to this particular committee on council, but to this council, the city of Toronto, the greatest city in the world. Every time I hear a murder, it's not about guns, it's about violence, it's about stabbings, relentless people chasing and hounding each other because of drugs and gangsterisms. These are root problems in our culture, in our society, that are not being addressed by members of governance councils, whether at the provincial or the federal or the municipal level. All the monies that are put out there constantly go towards more police reinforcement. We want to see those dollars coming back to solve the fundamental problems. And I see my time's rapidly running out. But let me tell you quickly, I support the recommendations fully and all the key points that it envisages. But I want to make some quick statements about some things that I think, because I represent the Jane Finch area, and my name is Winston LaRose, and you can call me Mr. Jane and Finch, because that's what the CBC did and the Toronto Star. So with Mr. Jane and Finch, a negative name, we brought positivity to it. That's what I wanted to cement. So the legacy in Jane Finch, now that gentrification is acting in the manner in which it's happening at a very rapid and consuming rate, I want to ensure that Jane Finch persons get the opportunity to experience the changes that are happening there, that are creating massive, new opportunities. Metrolinx, TCBN, the Toronto Community Benefit Network. These are all agencies that are seeking to bring some real effective opportunities to the people of Jane Finch. I don't want to see them removed and replaced by another group of people just when they've endured all the punishment in the world that they could take, to be replaced by others when change is there. So Metrolinx coming through there with our rapid transit line, the LRTs, and with the subways going to Vaughan, we are the Northwest hub. We are the socio-economic center of new development in the area, and that's what it's going to become. So I want to ensure that the Jane Finch Economic Community Initiative that I introduced to our council many years ago in 2012, that becomes an essential part of what needs to happen. I'm not going to overstay my welcome, but I want to thank you for hearing me. I want to thank this committee for the great work they have done in bringing to you these propositions encased in this document. Please deal with it fairly, reasonably, and allow voices to come here that represent the city that are black as well. Thank you.
Mr. LaRose, Mr. LaRose, Mr. LaRose, Mr. LaRose, Mr. LaRose, please.
Oh, I do
You have some questions.
So, questions? Yes.
Councillor Carroll to question.
I wanted to know, and it's not that I'm trying to toot my own horn, but I do want people to know that this is happening. Is the community aware, particularly the community in which you work, aware that council took a considerable risk last week in opting out of a provincial government bill? And further to Councillor Thompson's point, the bill could have come under any government at any time, but it came last week, that we had to decide whether or not to opt out of ensuring that we use contractors that use union employment that includes apprenticeship and training in the work that they do, and includes features for equity-seeking groups, so that young black men can make their way into construction, particularly into the construction unions, and can actually access those jobs, such as the Hammerheads program and others like it, and actually expanded on that. That happened last week. I don't know if the community is aware that we face considerable political heat doing so from right-wing based media outlets. But we did that because we have a responsibility to do this workforce development that you speak of. Are they aware that we took that measure so that we can keep building workforce development?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I want to thank you for the work that you've been doing. You've been steadfast, you've been there, you've been fighting these issues for a long time. So I want to commend all the hard workers on council that have actually been addressing these issues. I think, yes, I am aware of them, but I think it's a little bit too late. Many of the black youth are not coming into these incentive programs. The unions, I want to thank the TCBN and Rosemary Powell and her team for the work they've been doing to ensure with council, right? To ensure that we get a piece of those billion-dollar actions that are taking place. But
So they're not coming into those programs. That's our next responsibility.
we thank you. And I want to encourage each member of council, a council that has now been cut in half so we can't even get proper representation anymore. This is outrageous. You know, if in the middle of an election, I had hoped to come here to bring a voice here, even though I think I'm better off out there, I can have better action. But I wanted to be here to at least change the way this council looks. But that didn't happen because, maybe because the Premier decided that we don't need to have two representatives in these two ridings, Ward 7 and Ward 8, and so he brought them together, and so now we can't even see our council when we need to. Now this is tragic, because we have a lot of important underground issue in one of the most dynamic socioeconomic areas in the whole city and the GTA that's going to be transformed, but yet our voices aren't helping to shape what's happening. But yes, I want to thank council and those committees and groups that are coming to bring pressure to bear so that we can be able to effectively ensure Jane Finch continues to get part of the action, billion-dollar action.
Right, so we have to make sure they get a piece of that action. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. LaRose, for coming down today. AK, Mr. Jane and Finch, or vice versa. And I know Councillor Thompson was disappointed in Mr. Deputation today, but I'll pass along your regards.
Please watch Mr. Jane and Finch.
Thank you.
Right? And it's cbc.ca, and anybody can Google it, right?
Okay, our next speaker is Zachariah Abdul. Good afternoon, Mr. Abdul. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I should be known as my name anymore after Mr. LaRose did an incredible job, so the committee can just address me as the gentleman who spoke after Mr. Jaden Finch, or the young brother who spoke after Jaden Finch. With that being said, thank you to the committee for providing me the opportunity to depute. Thank you to, and more importantly, thank you to the entire Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit for the incredible work they've done, and I think we should give them a round of applause. As a Muslim fellow that the city provided funding for and supported, I was an intern in the mayor's office, and through that opportunity, I had the chance to witness them building up their entire unit, how deliberate they were and intentional about building real relationships on the ground in the community, and that's exactly what I want to speak to. I also want to speak to, in my notes, a bit about the economic development piece that we just heard Mr. Jaden Finch speak to around the Toronto Community Benefits Network. That's also enlisted in the report. And as a lifelong resident of the city of Toronto, I've always been proud of the city. I think we all are a little bit more proud of the city because of the recent championship that the Raptors celebrated. We're repping it just a little bit harder. And not the Raptors' recent championship that makes our city's motto now change to the City of Champions. Our city's known for diversity. It's known as practicing diversity as our strength. But as I've read many times, you know, it being listed out there, I've always wondered whether we're designing for inclusion when it comes to our policy development generally. And when we start to design for inclusion in policy development, we see the deliberate and intentional work by the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit that already in its first year, as mentioned already, has built real relationships in community. For instance, I took part in an event that they threw in the Rexdale community last year around this time with Positive Change, or an organization that was tackling gun violence across the Etobicoke North area. And that was the first time that anti-Black racism conversations were actually being had in the Rexdale area with the Somali community, which is Black, right? So that was a really important watershed moment. Another event that I recently attended that the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit held was an iftar with the Black Muslim community in Scarborough. And this event was able to help the community there celebrate during the holy month of Ramadan, where they're able to break iftar and have very candid conversations around city building and how to work with city councilors like you all to confront anti-Black racism. And it's these quality relationships that KBR is really building that is starting to provide community members with the belief that government can be trusted to some degree, government can be worked with, and that social cohesion is paramount to building a democracy where everybody feels involved. And I don't have to go back and flip the Toronto Star pages or articles about what happened recently with our city council, but it's really important that people, especially who come from our communities, trust government, and social cohesion is a really important component of that. We know the Raptors won a championship, but the Raptors had great players, great management to win a championship, and you all are those players, right? You all are those great players who can actually get the work done, who could push to get the anti-Black racism work done that's needed in your respective municipalities, respective wards. For example, you know, we have Shelley Carroll, City Councilor, who's done incredible work for years, pushing in the Don Valley area. We have Councilor Ford, who I know played a role in the TCBN agreement with Rexdale and the casino, and he's always tried to engage the Black community in his ward. So it's this sort of leadership as the players of City Council and the players in our championship city that we need you to continue to step up. And if we look now to the economic development piece, and I'll end off with this, on page 11 and also page 12 of the report, it cites the importance of identifying opportunities that align with the city's multiple strategic priorities that promote equity, right? Equity is a very loaded and heavy term, but equity in the sense of community benefits framework, which we're going to be hearing from shortly. And the fact that we're a city with a ton of wealth, we have development projects occurring, and we know the importance of providing equitable economic opportunities. And the last thing I'll mention is around building an inclusive and equitable economy. And the Anti-Black Racism Office, with the continued support of you all as City Council, will be able to continue to do this work for Black youth And it's paramount that you continue to show the leadership that you've already shown by supporting the unit and being championship players. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Carroll?
So we talked about the sustainability. I think one of the first people that I had talked to before we went for lunch, I was asking about, so you're asking us to make sure that this unit is ongoing. We need the grants that have been put out there to seed the activities, those need to be ongoing. But what's before us is really a report that says it has no financial impact, and really that's because they only speak to one budget year. So they're saying this has no financial impact, which means, okay, we're just giving you an update and it's status quo in this financial year. But a whole bunch of year 2 steps. Do we need to start looking at, when we're doing our 2020 budget, at that point, we need to make this a long-term unit. We need to make these long-term grant programs and really lay down the roots in all the neighborhoods where we need this work to be ongoing for a long time. That needs to happen pretty soon, doesn't it?
Yes, and thank you for asking that question, Shelley, Councilor
Yeah.
Calero. I think it's critical that the unit continues to get its support from City Council and as quickly as possible, so the buy-in can continue on the ground from community, right? Because nothing moves without the buy-in and the support from those deep, quality-based relationships that the unit has already built and established. And that will allow for policy development to continue and for conversations to continue that will actually allow for the type of engagement you see right behind us today, right? And that's exactly what we want in our city, where everyone feels like their voice matters, that they're being heard, that they can be a part of how policy is developed. So if those conversations can be had shortly, or, I don't know strategically what the priorities exactly are of the city as a whole, but those working in bureaucracy right now, with the support of you all in council, finding the councilors to kind of help lead that in their own communities, but also just generally as a city building effort as a whole.
Yeah.
Because our city's better off when all communities are bought in fully to how we're working democratically. And if we have that, Councilor Carroll, and you know this from the years of the work you've done, and I believe everybody else understands this as well, this is a moment for our city to continue to be a policy leader. And I think we shouldn't want to take the steps back because we've made so many strides already.
Okay, and I'm going to ask a question. I'm asking it of you because you're close to the end of the list. I didn't ask at the beginning of the list and of everyone because I didn't want that to become the whole thing. Mm-hmm. But missing from the conversation today is the police. So in year 2, and years going on, if we're ongoing, at what point is it better to just have this safe space where we're having this conversation with the team that we've assembled here and the community team we've assembled? At what point do we pull them in? Because there's still a whole lot going on right at the front counter in a police division that is just the wrong approach. And at some point, we need to pull them in so that this can be felt when you're standing in the lobby of a police division as well.
Yeah, so from my time doing work on police community relations, and I'll also preface my my response to you right now, there are people who have already spoken, who've done decades of work on data, on equity, on research. So I may not be the best person to respond exactly to what you're asking when it comes to bringing in the police. I'd love to continue this conversation offline as well. But I will say that from my time doing police community relations, the earlier that the interventions can be had with police officers working on the ground. I know that we have a neighborhood police officer program that's been implemented recently through the leadership. Yeah. But tangibly, like, how's that program actually being carried out?
Right.
How are nonprofits who are serving, and we heard from some of the nonprofits who are serving young people, how are they being brought in and actually having conversations? And even though we do have a confronting anti-Black racism unit, you have to be careful sometimes from bringing in institutions before the community is actually ready to have a conversation. Yeah. So that's tricky, and I think there are others a part of the county anti-Black racism unit who can speak more to that. And I'd love to continue our conversation offline around that as well.
Yeah, but by and large, we need to wait for the signal from you, the community, before we pull them in.
I think that's the best approach from my lived experience and what I understand, but there may be others in the room who think differently as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Zachary, the guy that followed Mr. LaRose.
Thank you.
Okay, our last group is the Center for Young Black Professionals, Ayeo Togobo, Stephanie Lynch, Jordan Thorne, and Aishan Singh. Please come forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
This afternoon, you have 5 minutes.
My name's Yao Togobo. I'm the programs manager for the C Center for Young Black Professionals. I'm here representing the executive director, Agapi Gisese, who sends her apologies for not being able to make it. I want to talk a little bit about the grant that we received. Every time I speak, I get a little bit self-conscious that I'm speaking with an English accent. But I want to pay tribute to the unit, Anti-Black Racism Unit in City Council. It is absolutely amazing for me to see that the work that they are doing and how it's influencing and impacting the community. Having done social work in the UK since the early 2000s, it was never a context where it was never a friendly context and where we could deliver social work from an authentic black perspective. So a lot of my experience working with black-led and black-focused initiatives came from a voluntary service perspective, where I figured that was the only way in which authentic work could be done. So coming over to Toronto and seeing how there's been a specific focus on developing black-led, black-focused organizations, boosting their capacity and giving workers the license and the comfortability to work with the community in an authentic way, for me has been absolutely amazing. And it's been that background, voluntary service sector background, that has enabled me to be employed as a paid professional within the C Center of Young Black Professionals. One of the grants that we received, the Black Leadership Grant, we decided to focus on the social services sector. We worked in partnership with the Harriet Tubman Community Organization, whereby we focused on 2 streams. The first stream was the certificate program. So the certificate program recognized that many black people who are working in the social services usually work in the front end. There's been a dearth of black presence within middle management and the executive level. So we wanted to be able to boost their capacity in order to deliver administration work and also assist them in systems navigations as well. So with that, we got a grant. We asked for a particular number for the grant. We didn't get what we asked for. We only got half of what we asked for. And the aim was to do 3 cohorts where we worked with 15 frontline workers in order to be able to boost their capacity. We were totally oversubscribed with people who wanted to boost their own accreditation in that demographic. So we ended up oversubscribing our course. So we had 75 people who participated, and it was only aim to have 45. And then we had a waiting list of another 100. So there's clearly a need and a thirst for people to want to boost their own credentials within that sector. Secondly, we did the 12-week social services course. Now, this was specifically for individuals who wanted to get into the social services sector, but for whatever reason, they didn't have the qualifications or the experience in order to get into entry-level positions. So we did a call out into the community, and we managed to do a 12-week program. It was a bespoke program, work from a black-focused curriculum, but also working with partners who are of different ethnic groups who are able to help accredit the young people. So they got different qualifications such as CPR, motivational training, mental health training, so that there would be no reason they could not now enter into the work course with the list of certificates that they've got. I want to give an example of one young member who would do social work just off her own back. Whereby she would go into the community, and because she realized there was certain members of the community who weren't going to proms because they just didn't have enough money. And so she would fund their own prom dresses with her own funds. Literally do a call out to see who needs a prom dress. They would write a letter, and she would review the letters and see which letter most spoke to her heart, and literally pay for her to get a prom dress. So buy the material, get the seamstress, and she was doing it off her own back, and she was wondering how to get into the social services sector. So she managed to be part of the program, and I'm hoping it had a massive effect in how she was going to progress within this sector. So that's a summary of what we've been able to do with the Black Leadership Grant. And again, we're very thankful, and we see it, this is critical, not only just for now, but for the future of the Black population who are coming up in Toronto.
It was right on 5 minutes. That's amazing.
I'm also a spoken word artist, I'm used to that.
Questions? Councillor Carroll?
So this program, I'm sorry, I'm asking all these questions. This program, if it's that oversubscribed, it sounds like a program that needs to be happening, not using the micro grant model. It needs to be instituted, it sounds like. You have 75 people a session and 100 people waiting outside the door. And that would probably happen again every year after.
I don't see why it would be any different. I mean, as much as the universities and the schools, educational institutions are incredibly important, there's also a recognition that oftentimes the curriculum does not speak to our needs, our history, and what we're after. So we end up seeking various different alternative curriculums in a way that speaks to our soul and speaks to our spirit. And oftentimes that isn't in the educational institutions, and I personally believe there should be space made for courses such as that.
Right. So part of the work that we could be doing in this unit is advocating for that, and even council advocating for that, on the basis of the fact that it sounds like at the end of it, what you would be is our ideal employees. Because of the hundreds of social work and caseworkers that we employ, you would be ideal. And yet that's a rare thing in our complement of caseworkers.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one way of putting it. Another way of putting it is that the individuals would be workers for their communities.
Yeah.
And being able to have their lived experience be relevant, and being able to connect with a population that, are in need of individuals who understand exactly what it is that they're going through.
Right, so we've made the centers community-based.
Yeah.
We could have the people in them community-based.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's an assignment for year 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Thank you.
I think so.
Any further questions? Thank you for coming down. Thank you.
Is it possible to have some of the young people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie Lynch. I live in the Rexdale community, and that young lady that I was speaking about is me. I give away prom dresses. I just want to speak on the program that I attended with C and how it changed my life. So honestly, when I started the program, I was really uninspired because I was doing all this stuff within my community, but I just didn't, I felt lost. So when I heard about the program that was going on, I applied, and then I got through, and honestly, it changed my life. I'm in a better place. I have more knowledge to what I can do, what I could access to help my community. I learned about all these grants that are just sitting there that I could just have access to and do things in the community for the young people, because I realized that there's a lack of a lot of stuff in community for Black young people. I'm literally at the point where I'm tired of just seeing Black young men in the community doing nothing. They don't have any they don't have anybody to just guide them or help them. So that's why I feel like there's always Black on Black crimes and all that stuff. So the fact that C got this grant and gave us this opportunity to do the social worker program, it's just putting me in a better place to let other young Black people know that there's an opportunity out there for them. Also, within the program, I did go to school for social work. I did not get the chance to finish it, but what I learned in the program, I learned way more than I actually learned in school. Half of the stuff I learned, I'm I did not learn this in school. So it was a really beneficial program, and it's awesome, and I encourage a lot of people to put it out there and get more young Black people to join this program, because it's amazing, and yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is Aishan or Jordan gonna?
Yeah, so my name's Jordan. I recently graduated of C. I went to both of their programs. Pardon?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love learning. I also went to school I went to U of C trying to be a social worker due to money and, being the systemic racism that we all live in. It was very hard to get my credentials, so C was amazing for me. I managed to learn everything I need to know without being in crazy amounts of student debt, so that's amazing. To talk back on systemic racism, I think that in large prevents a lot of young black youth from being able to do what they want to do. It's widespread. We all know that it's in the media, it's in our textbooks, in the news. What it also does is shows a picture of seeing predominantly blackface doing criminal activity, doing nothing, just being athletes, and shows predominantly white faces in social work and professionalism and being lawyers, being doctors, things like that. So I think that C was a way to fix those faces, not fix them, but like mix up those faces and allow us to see a different kind of future. Right now, black youth are running around with extreme mental health struggles. There's a saying that says a troubled black youth goes to jail and a troubled white youth goes to therapy. I think that is huge to the fact of what we're trying to do with the social service program. C has actually empowered me to start my own mental health program, where it's about learning to love more and fear less in acts of self and community healing. It's going to run for black teenagers up to 34. Just in order for us, because we have a different culture, we learn different, and we really can't we can't afford to go to these like $100 sessions of therapy run by faces that we don't see within ourselves, run by people that don't have our life experience, run by people that don't experience what we experience. It's just impossible. We're different people. I know everyone wants to say, I don't see color, what's with this race stuff, but honestly, I don't understand why we can't just admit that we're all different and applaud that, make things different in order to make us all succeed, right? Because the playing field it's not equal, and it's okay to say that. So C is there to equal that playing field, so I'm really grateful.
Thank you, Jordan. Aishan?
Hey, yeah, my name's Aishan. I'm also a graduate here at C. I'm not as well spoken as my mentor and my classmates, but just bearing with me as I articulate myself in the best way as I can. As a young black man in this society, it's kind of hard to navigate myself through life without encountering barriers and stuff like that. I was going through also multiple government-funded programs as well, and none of them really seemed to grasp me in the way that C did. Yao here beside me, he's a very loving and caring and very on-point individual, which I feel a lot of young black men need in their lives in our community. And he guided me through all the barriers I had during school, outside of school, and that really helped me. He changed my life. This program is wonderful. I'd recommend it to everyone that's trying to better themselves and trying to further their education in social working. They also have programs with cooking, and I'm very sure that they're developing other programs with other topics as well. I don't know what else to say, but this is like the best program I've ever been in. And it's like, I'd really recommend this, and I'd really like that if you guys look into it and, give us more funding.
Aishan, you took no back seat to any of you speak very well. Councillor Carroll, the question?
No, I have no question.
You have no
because Aishan actually did what every deputy should have said. Just give us more funding.
Thank you for coming down today.
Thank you.
Questions of staff? Councillor Carroll, questions of staff.
Yes, I do have questions of staff. So you can guess where I'm going with this. I was asking all the deputants about, you know, the year one work plan, which they seem to be, your work is being lauded. But then I look at year two, and I wonder if you want to speak to whether or not you're really and truly perfectly well-resourced. If we wait until a year from now to hear a progress report on year two, do we run the risk of not being able to resource the work that needs to be ongoing well beyond that?
Through the chair, to begin with, the unit is base funded. So it is a permanent.
So it's built into our base now.
And for the audience, just to be clear, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism unit is base funded in the city budget. There is no question that is base funding, ongoing funding. So I wanted to be perfectly clear about that. The other comment I would make is the participants from the programs, and it's very important for staff to hear what you said, so I too want to thank the deputants, and it's wonderful to hear. We are understanding that within our existing resources, there will be an opportunity to look at how we continue those programs. We will have to go through a process. There will be a review and such. But within existing resources, we are looking for opportunities to build on the success of those programs. That being said, we will work with staff, and as we put together the 2020 budget submission, if we identify gaps in resources, we would put that forward through the 2020 budget process.
We'll see it that soon. Okay, that was a long answer. I get extra time. And that includes, so the staff are base funded. The grants that have allowed some of these programs to start and to flourish, are they reliant on any other government funds? Are they coming out of any, you know, youth challenge like fund that's going to expire midway, or we can address that that would be fall 2020, I guess, when we'd be looking at it in that next budget?
In the initial round, they were 100% city funded.
Okay.
We will look to work with other funding partners in the future, but it's not dependent.
Okay, and I have one other important one. In terms of appointments to, I'm looking at the bottom of year one, I'm getting there, it's way down the end here somewhere. In terms of the city public appointments process and trying to remove barriers to Black community members making it into city public appointments. We see here that work is ongoing and in progress. What about a report card? Is there some point at which, after this year of lots of appointments, we're going to have a report card? How many applied? How many got interviews? How many got appointments?
Through the chair, the Public Appointments Office does give us a report. And so we've done a number of activities to support Blacks on boards, and we have been getting reports. They tell us how many new Black applications they've received, and in fact, through our work, that has doubled. We will get a report to show at the end of the year how many appointments have happened, where they've gone. We will also get a report to say how many of them are highly qualified or, for whatever reason, were put on hold and they may go back to them. So yes, we will get a report.
I noticed you said new applicants. Does it tell us overall Black applicants that got interviews, Black applicants that got appointed? You know, I'm still smarting from the fact that we missed the opportunity to appoint a Black, openly gay capital infrastructure project manager to the TTC, but I digress. That's why I'm asking these questions. Do we look at all of them? Got an appointment, got an application in, got an appointment, or an interview, I should say, got an appointment. Do we look at all of those?
Yes, so we get all of that. And as of June 24th this year, 11.2% of the applications are Black, and of that, 6.9 were appointed.
And the in-between part, how many got interviews? Do we have that stat?
The Public Appointments Office has that stat. I don't have that stat at this point.
So do I need to move a motion, or could you just take that as an undertaking that you're going to start asking that statistic of them as well?
We will get that information.
That's very important, because 11.2 applying is progress, and progress that I think I can credit you for in to some degree. But if they can't get an interview, they can't get an appointment, and that seems to be where the brakes get put on.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
I did give you extra time. Any further questions of staff, speakers? Councillor Carroll.
Well, I think you heard where I was going. The one really good place we have to demonstrate that any of this is taking hold is that last piece, is our own civic appointments process. And we just went through the biggest part of it because we just went through an election. And we missed some opportunities because there are people that I know didn't even get interviews. And if they are qualified at all, they should at least get an interview. And if they get the interview and they're qualified a lot, I really question why they're not getting the appointment, especially over someone who is less qualified. And so I hope that what happened recently doesn't happen again. It should be happening in the appointments process room, not at the last minute at the council chamber. To the funding pieces, I think the next piece is, Mr. Brillinger made it really clear, the staff is now built into the base. If we were going to turn around and cut these people, it would be a highlighted cut, because it would truly be a cut. It wouldn't just be the funding ran out. It would be, we've taken our ongoing base budget and decided to take something out of it. And that way the community would have the opportunity to stand up and shout about that. That's great. As to the grants, I'm going to be asking questions in an item later in the agenda, because not only these grants, but all of our grants, we have great policy about how we give them out. We have great policy about how we do the outreach to make sure that the right communities know that they exist and will come and do them. And here, as part of the anti-Black racism unit, we really have gone a long way to start to build this stream where we can really do a lot of this ambitious strategy through granting. What we don't have is, we don't have a financial strategy for grants. We have policies and criterias and fair nurturing up the wazoo, but we don't even have a policy that says we address inflation for social grants of any kind. We don't. We just flatline them. So they will get to the end of the road and realize they can't do what they were able to do 5 years ago. Even if we say this is ongoing, we don't have a financial policy for grants. And so they'll have to struggle, and they'll say, gee, councillors, we really think that in your budget you should add maybe 2%. And if we've set a target of 0% increase in departments, the answer will be no, again and again and again, because we don't have a policy and a strategy. So I just highlight that. I know that today this is an update, and it's really just here to be received and the staff to be thanked. But if we don't build a policy, and I've used this phrase again and again this morning, man up and pay for it and tax for it so that we can fund it. If we don't have that financial policy, the work that they've all told us today needs to not only go on but grow, can't grow. So I'm going to be asking that question later when we get to the grant policy item, which is item 19, if those of you are not too tired to stay. If you are too tired to stay, go home and look up the phone number of your counselor and say, grants that allow the community to do the work that they do better than us need to grow with inflation and beyond. Thank you. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will move the recommendations here in the report. So those are formally moved. And let me begin, first of all, by thanking the deputants who came and spoke, as well as our staff in the anti-Black racism unit. I often I like to say, and I believe this, that diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. And there's a significant difference. And as it relates to inclusion, we have a long way to go in our city. That when you have a disproportionate number of black children living in poverty, 44% compared to 15% for non-racialized youth, inclusion is not present yet. When you have a disproportionate number of black people subjected to uses of force and shootings involving TPS, inclusion is not present yet. And when black women earn 57 cents for every dollar earned by a white man, inclusion is not present. And so this is a process. And as it relates to the role of the City of Toronto, there's a tremendous role, and Councillor Carroll was just speaking to it, in our public policy as it relates to the investments we make and the programs we run, but also as the report went through and the work that has been done over this last year as an employer, as it relates to anti-black racism training for our own staff, as it relates to the appointments process. And so the reason that this unit, this anti-black racism unit, exists as an ongoing permanent unit in the city is because confronting racism is not one-off. It is a process. It involves systematic changes, not just in how we act, but how we think too. And so we indeed have a long way to go to reach true inclusion because diversity ain't enough. And I want to thank our staff in the Anti-Black Racism Unit for driving us towards that objective. And I want to thank the community and deputants here for holding us to account on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. So, Councillor Cressy, you've moved receipt of the item.
City Council.
Yeah, City Council, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you for everyone who came down today. Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Carroll, 6.14, Youth Service Review, Directions Report. There are no speakers. You held the item.
Which item, sorry?
6.14, Youth Service Review.
Yes, thank you. Hang on a sec, let me get to it because I made a note of what the questions, yes. It's an overarching questions. The review, the report that's before us really looks at setting up the frame. But are we saying with this report that we're soldiering on with the youth service strategy that we have here? Or do we need to in tandem also start developing a new set of recommendations? Because there is out there there is a tiny bit of frustration with the framework that they're working under now, and the original recommendations. So are we sticking with it? And what we can expect is when this framework work is fully fleshed out and adopted, that we're going to continue on and build on these recommendations, but stay in the same strategy?
Through the chair, I think you're referring to the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy?
Yes.
Which was approved in 2014 and has been implemented. The 110 actions by and large have been implemented. The intention with the Youth Service Review is that when we come forward in 2020, we will be recommending a new strategy framework going forward, building on ties. But it will be a different, it's the next strategy, not the same one.
Right. So it's going to recommend things that should be happening within the various places where we touch down and do service to youth, and go beyond the equity strategy to look at what next. What is our crazy quilt of youth actions and services?
Through the chair, I think it's fair to say that yes, it will be somewhat more tactical than the original strategy, but it is building on the good work, the incredible learning that has occurred over the last 5 years with TIE's implementation.
Okay. And again, I asked this of one of the citizens,
Last
but
question.
again, These are about, oh, pardon? Sorry.
Last question.
Oh, okay. These are about the services that we provide. But as part of this framework and as part of finishing up the review, is there a conversation to be had with the Toronto Police Service? Because they are now back, they're doing diversion programs, alternatives to justice programs. They're still doing some of their outreach stuff. Is there a conversation to be had with them so that we're not overlapping those and are in fact complementing those?
There is, and in fact, Toronto Police Service is engaged in the interdepartmental work group.
Okay.
So they
Oh,
are engaged
perfect.
in the work.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know they were actually a member on that group. That helps me.
Good.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, speak? Move receipt?
I'm happy to move receipt. All I needed to hear that is the wraparound conversation that needs to be happening. If they're at the table, I look forward to the next report.
Okay, Councillor Carroll's move receipt of 6.14 youth service review. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving right along. We'll now go to 6.15 community benefits framework. We have a number of speakers. Our first speaker, Nation Chong. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Good afternoon.
This afternoon. This is momentous. We appreciate United Way the opportunity to speak to the Community Benefits Framework. Again, for folks, my name is Nation Chung, Vice President of Community Opportunities and Mobilization at United Way Greater Toronto. And thank you for providing us the opportunity to comment on the Community Benefits Framework. We're particularly excited that this framework has come to Council because we know the community benefits have provided important social and economic contributions to the people of Toronto, and we believe this framework is the right step towards systematizing and scaling these accomplishments. We've been deeply involved in the work on community benefits agreements, advocating for their use through our ongoing collaborations with TESS, SDFA, Economic Development, at the City, as well as the Toronto Community Benefits Network and others in community. Community benefits have played an integral role in our Career Navigator construction pathway program. And we're committed to the work with the City of Toronto, all levels of government, community, labor, and the private sector on community benefits agreements, because we believe that it's one of the most effective and practical tools to achieve equity in our city. There is a growing list of social issues in the City of Toronto that have become what United Way calls unignorable issues. Our research on the GTA tells us that an increasing number of people are being left behind. The average income for young adults in Toronto in 2015 was lower than it was in 1980. A long-standing immigrant in GTA is making a similar or lower income than a Canadian-born person was in 1980. And for every dollar a white person in Toronto earns, a racialized person in Toronto earns 52.1 cents. Precarious or insecure employment has become imprinted on our labor market, with almost 40% of our working-age adults in the GTHA working in some degree of precarious employment. Across the GTA, middle-income neighborhoods are vanishing, low-income neighborhoods are increasing, and there's increasing wealth in high-income neighborhoods. But communities' needs are not the only needs that CBAs address. Community benefits agreements certainly address the need of business, and businesses across Ontario are reporting that finding workers with the right skills is a continual challenge. United Way recently released a report with the Toronto Region Board of Trade and the Metcalfe Foundation that notes that businesses reported one of the highest levels of labor shortages since the 2009 recession. Community benefits agreements address all of these needs by bringing together workers who are being left behind with employers who need a labor force. In short, CBAs foster systems coordination. They bringing the core values of labor, city planning, economic development, and social services together. Simply put, leveraging public dollars to create greater access and opportunities, putting money in the pockets of marginalized communities equals inclusion and leads to the democracy that we support. Community benefits have been building a track record of success both internationally and in Toronto. According to the figures available as of June 7th, 2019, the Metrolinx Eglinton Crosstown CBA has resulted in 268 community hires and over $500,000 purchased from social enterprises. That means that 268 individuals who would have otherwise had to overcome multiple barriers to quality work have accessed a strong path to opportunity and mobility. Other municipalities in the 905 are following suit. The Peel Community Benefits Network, a multi-sectoral collaborative chaired by United Way and the Region of Peel, has been working on construction and maintenance of the Hurontario LRT. United Way has also worked as a member of the Human Service Planning Board in York Region to conduct research about community benefits and explore the potential implementation across the region. For these reasons, we are encouraged and emboldened to see the city's community benefit framework come before Council. The framework's intent to improve coordination across strategies, collect and monitor data and outcomes, and strengthen community engagement are the kinds of policies and procedures needed to amplify and catalyze the work of community benefits in Toronto. Having a framework in place for community benefits agreements will help the city meet many of the metrics on its own priorities and policies, such as TO Prosperity, the Youth Equity Strategy, TSNS 2020, and Economic Development Strategic Plan.
Please wrap up.
The framework can be the key to revitalizing our neighborhoods, help close income gaps for equity-seeking groups that are currently being left behind, and would help bring all of us working on anti-poverty efforts together into one coordinated system. At a time when more and more people...
I'm sorry, you're out of time. So you got a couple more sentences, or you...
I can wrap up.
Okay, please.
Just all in all, it's a great pleasure to be working with our colleagues across the city to advance this very important framework, and United Way endorses and applauds the adoption and encourages the adoption of the CBA.
Thank you. Questions? Sian, thank you, sir. Next speaker, Patrick McManus. Good afternoon, Mr. McManus. Thanks for your patience. You have the floor. The floor is 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Grimes and members of council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak to you about the city's proposed community benefits framework. I'm here representing the Greater Toronto Sewer and Water Main Contractors Association, and our organization represents 96 contractors across the GTA who predominantly build all of the city's sewer, water main, and stormwater infrastructure. And given the significant investments that are being made into this type of infrastructure over the next decade by the city, our sector has been identified as one of the target industries for the workforce development requirements outlined in this program. We've been involved at the provincial level as well as in various municipalities with the goal of trying to standardize and make these programs manageable for the companies who are ultimately going to be the end users of the program. And we understand and respect what the city's trying to do, and we very much support the idea of creating a new pipeline of workers coming into the industry because we are in need of new labor in our sector. But there are detailed nuances in the construction sectors that have to be understood and respected in this program. We believe that with relatively minor tweaks to the broader program, this can be made much more manageable, meaningful, cost-effective, while still achieving the same results that are being set out here. And our recommendations at this point are fourfold. First, the city needs to focus its resources on investing in recruitment, training, and social supports. There is a lot of value for your dollar here because you're going to be providing people with the necessary tools and social supports to find sustainable employment. This, we believe, is where the true issue exists. It almost has to be viewed as a free tuition program because contractors are willing to hire any new entrant into the industry that is properly trained. But we work in a very risky and hazardous industry, so new entrants into our workforce have to go through pre-apprenticeship programs and they have to learn the basics of construction prior to their employment. So spending on training in the front end is actually going to save tremendous costs on the back end of this program. Second, the tracking, reporting requirements have to focus on the hiring of new apprentices, rather than specifying that a contractor has to hire an individual from a particular gender, socioeconomic, or ethnic-based community. There is a lot of concern amongst the contractors' communities about embedded contract requirements that may require a contractor to hire and maintain somebody that is not necessarily suited for the work. By working with local construction unions and expanding pre-apprenticeship and training opportunities and allocating these expanded spots to individuals recruited through this city program, you'll be ensuring that the new candidate pool is actually reflective of the values that you're setting out in this program. And if people are trained the same way that every other apprentice is trained, they will be hired into our industry. Third, where these requirements are in place in the city, you must allow the contractor flexibility to employ this person as they would with any other new hire into the industry. New hires are typically not employed in high-risk, high-profile jobs. So a workforce development requirement that is included on a high-risk project, the city has to allow the contractor the flexibility to move this new hire into a lower-risk project or area in order to develop the requisite skills in this industry. This is particularly necessary for workers with no previous construction industry experience and is compounded by the complexity of City of Toronto projects. Fourth, please work with the local construction associations to help set the evaluation criteria for how projects are being selected to include social procurement requirements on. The nuances of sector, location, project risk, number of crews required to complete a project, size of crew per sector, profile and complexity of the projects, all vary by sector and vary by project. And to date, no construction employer organization has been consulted on the design of this criteria. Selecting projects without understanding the sector-based nuances has the potential to create labor problems and add significant risk and thus cost to your project work. Contractors in our sector are willing to hire anyone that has the proper training. We need workers in our industry and we want to support this program. But we believe that we've been largely left out of the discussion on program design to date. Ultimately, if the city wants meaningful results where people are gaining sustainable employment skills and experience in the construction industry, there has to be a concerted effort to involve employers in the design and rollout of this program. The city wants to leverage its investments in core infrastructure to enhance social benefits, and we want to assist in that by offering employment because we need more people in our industry. However, if the program is pushed through in its current state without these small changes, it's going to add significant risk and significant cost to your contracts.
Thank you, sir. Questions? I just got a quick question for you. So what is your industry doing to go out and attract new employers in your association across the GTA?
Sure. So every year, just our Toronto Association gives out $70,000 in scholarships at all of the local, we have scholarships at all local universities and colleges. We fund an organization called the Ontario Construction Careers Alliance, and it's an Ontario-wide organization, but they travel to high schools and now have started traveling to elementary schools to promote careers in the civil construction trades. These are lesser known trades, so they're not ones that typically people think of as a job in the trades that you're interested in. We also sponsored a program called Job Talks, which is a YouTube series and involved 2 separate studies about recruitment and retention in the trades. We highlighted 50 lesser known trades. Those have been posted to the Job Talks video board and their YouTube channel. I mean, you know, we've been very unsuccessful at attracting new people into our industry, despite all the money that we're putting in. This program has the potential to be a very good program. It just has to match how we're hiring in the industry and match how we train in the industry to make sure that we're maintaining an equal playing field.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions. Councillor Carroll, question.
So you just sat here this afternoon and I was asking some questions of folks. When it comes to apprenticeship programs, workplace development programs, we run training programs, but these folks are finding it hard to access them. So, and I think you heard us ask questions about how much more funding do you need. So, yeah, it might add a little cost, but how do we make sure that these people actually get into programs and become qualified to do your work and get the jobs?
So my recommendation is twofold. One is there has to be a kind of an understanding in advance of what industries you're actually targeting. Because if you ask somebody what trade they want to get into, chances are they're not going to tell you they want to get into the sewer and water main trades. That being said, there are opportunities.
But if I ask them, do you want a job that earns $50 an hour, the
That's
answer is
right.
yes.
The answer is yes.
So how do we get them to the job that earns them $50?
Every year, we are a workforce that operates through LIUNA 183. My recommendation here is purchase apprenticeship seats through their training and apprenticeship programs. And with the same way that the province and union purchase seats through colleges, or the province purchases seats through union training centers, if you purchase those seats, the city can fill those seats with the people that you're recruiting into those programs. And we need more workers. And at this point, we're training somewhere between 10 and 18 workers every 6 months.
So, and we just added you to our list that contractors should consider under, in our Bill 66 opt-out action. LIUNA's now added. So do we need to send staff to meet with them to figure out how the equity-seeking groups we want to access your training programs can access them? Do we need to open up that conversation?
Well, I think that LIUNA was added to the ICI sector. The heavy civil sector is remaining unchanged in the city, but I mean, there just needs to be an expansion of those training programs. Because we don't have enough workers. I mean, there's so much work in the water and wastewater industry right now that it's becoming difficult to keep up with the amount of work, because we're losing workers to attrition every year. Why is there not more people seeking work, and why is there not more people being trained? I actually don't know where that pinch point is, whether it's people seeking or whether it's the training opportunities that are limited. We tend to believe that it's because it's a lesser known trade and not a trade that people are typically interested in. That's our pinch point. And you're right, if you start telling people that you can make, anywhere between $37 and $47 an hour plus pension and benefits to work in our industry, that tends to spark a little bit of interest. But, it's difficult when we're competing against, 60 other construction trades.
Okay, we'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Heather Marshall. Good afternoon, Heather. Welcome.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes.
Thanks for your time. Good afternoon, everyone. Since 2017, the Toronto Environmental Alliance has been a proud member of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, or TCBN, and we've worked on multiple projects together. T joined TCBN because we agree that community benefits must include neighborhood and environmental outcomes and environmental improvements. Some major projects in Toronto are, in their own right, contributing to environmental outcomes, such as the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, which provides low-carbon mass transportation to a large segment of our city once it's built. But other projects, like the city's redevelopment of the Golden Mile in Scarborough, or the Civic Center precinct in Etobicoke, or these private developments like a casino or a hospital, may not include neighborhood and environmental improvements unless communities demand them or city departments plan for them. We want to recognize the long history of community benefits organizing in our city and the more recent work that's been undertaken by city departments, including the staff that are here today, to build on this momentum. When community-defined outcomes are put at the center of building a better city, such as the Woodbine Casino example, community development and local sustainability can be realized alongside with economic development. Because of all the work that's gotten us to where we are, it's important to listen to the on-the-ground experts like TCBN who are here today and adopt their recommendations on how to improve the proposed community benefits framework before you today. A key takeaway here is that this framework still needs some more work. More work is needed to clarify and improve accountability, set targets, as well as to strengthen and expand the list of existing programs and policies that this framework should cover. With my remaining time, I want to draw your attention to some environmental aspects of the framework that are sorely missing in our view. Just over 4 years ago, in April 2015, Executive Committee directed staff to create a Community Benefits Agreement protocol to achieve social, economic, and environmental benefits for local communities who will be impacted by proposed developments and major infrastructure projects. Therefore, this framework before you today raises some key questions. Why is there no mention of environmental benefits in this framework? Why isn't the framework linking its work to other citywide strategies like the Transform TO Climate Action Plan and the just released Resilience Strategy? In your recent Poverty Reduction Strategy report and work plan, community benefits were broadly defined as processes that leverage community-defined outcomes for economically disadvantaged groups. The report goes on to outline how these processes can achieve 6 different types of community benefit outcomes. 2 of these outcomes are outlined in the proposed framework right now, workforce development and supply chain diversity. But 4 other critical outcomes are completely missing. Affordable housing is one of these examples. Community assets and public realm are another. It also is missing the environmental component, which could include energy retrofits, carbon reduction, air quality improvements, and extreme weather resilience. And these are the words in your own report. And it can also include these other pieces that communities might define, like interest-free loans or internet access. Employment and business opportunities are not the only outcomes communities are seeking, nor are they the only outcomes that the City of Toronto needs to respond to when working on community development or implementing the poverty reduction strategy. Economically disadvantaged groups and other equity-seeking communities do not only want jobs. People need affordable and climate-proof housing. They want access to green space and community space. They want protection from extreme weather, and much more. These are intersecting community priorities that belong in the framework. Just on Monday, General Government and Licensing Committee met, and they discussed the new citywide real estate program. The portfolio of key performance indicators centers around creating complete communities and includes specific indicators for 4 categories, including social, economic, transit, and environmental outcomes. Dropping environmental indicators for this proposed framework just doesn't align with other citywide or community-specific priorities. Major citywide strategies like TO Prosperity, the Long-Term Waste Strategy, the Transform TO must be linked if we are to build a more equitable and sustainable city for everyone. Environmental sustainability should be a guiding principle in this framework because the City of Toronto has the responsibility to maximize the environmental impacts of its economic levers, such as its public infrastructure, procurement, and land development. Furthermore, the future jobs of our city will include many more green industries, and if we integrate sustainability and equity into the city's workforce development and procurement processes now, we'll be much further ahead. Thanks very much.
Heather. Thank you, Heather. Seeing no questions, thank you. Our next speaker, Anna Teresa Portillo. Good afternoon, Anna Teresa. How are you?
Hello, my name is Anna Teresa Portillo. Thank you for this time to speak to the city's community benefits framework. Today, I would like to highlight communities like Rexdale and Parkdale for their hard work in creating and bringing attention to the strength and potentials of community benefits agreements that have their roots in project labor agreements. I am visiting you today from the Parkdale People's Economy, where we have recently launched the first preemptive community-driven community benefits framework as a response to a disturbing rise in private developments on both public and private lands in our community. We are aware that our work has, in part, initiated the city's framework, and yet the city's framework will not apply to private developments. While the city's framework is premised on the need to create consistent approaches, it would seem that, with the exclusion of private developments, the city is prescribing a significantly altered vision of community benefits processes than those that have existed thus far. Community benefits processes have never excluded private developments, and yet this is not the only significant oversight of the city's framework. The city believes that, I quote, communities want to be involved when governments or other institutions develop community benefits initiatives, and that, quote, city-funded infrastructure projects may offer more opportunities to involve local residents and groups in identifying community priorities. It cannot be pressed upon this committee more that communities see themselves as the creators and the authors of community benefits discourses and community benefits processes. It would be a mistake to reify and disembody community benefits by removing community from the center of community benefits concepts, initiatives, processes, levers, outcomes, and data collection. The city's framework underestimates the substantive role of community coalitions, and nowhere is this most apparent when nowhere is this most apparent than when articulating community benefit outcomes. The city's scope of outcomes is too narrow and too prescriptive. It prescribes the role of community as identifying other community benefits priorities. The city even goes as far as to begin to delineate what those priorities may look like, with examples such as social finance approaches to fund worker-owned cooperatives and social enterprises that could train and employ. Nowhere is there mention of affordable housing, environmental improvements, or investments in community assets and/or neighborhood land trusts as examples of current community benefit outcomes or demands. In Parkdale, community benefits discourses and processes have revolved around intervening on unequitable private for-profit housing managers, developers, and investment trusts. The rise of real estate investment trusts like Timber Creek, Achilles, and Metcalf have meant the economic displacement of community members, a stark spike in speculative vacancies, and the entrenchment of inadequate, inaccessible, and environmentally toxic units as hallmarks of affordability. Community benefit processes in Parkdale have emerged from community-driven and principle-driven processes that seek to engender local equitable relationships, which is the condition on which a wide spectrum of potential community benefit outcomes can be articulated. And so, community benefit goes well beyond multiplying the impact of city spending. Indeed, it is a movement made up of people's struggles and hopes to maximize community health, community well-being, and above all, community dignity. We are also unconvinced that the city's plan to hire one coordinator can accomplish their desired feat. While there is need to systemically interrogate and systematize community benefits processes, this pressing need should not be used to push ahead policy that would prescribe parameters to community benefits that excludes private developments from consideration, nor prescribe community benefit outcomes or even delineate the parameters of how community benefit outcomes are to be imagined and articulated. Indeed, the inconsistencies in community benefits initiatives also reflect the ways in which they have emerged from the local place-based grassroots community organizing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions? Councillor Carroll.
You mentioned a number of housing concerns. So
yes.
We're venturing into the residential here. We live in a new world now. I'm wondering if you're aware of how difficult Bill 108 makes it for us as soon as we're doing residential development. Has the community and these types of groups like your group, your alliance, have they had a chance to unpack that yet?
We've actually spoken about the short-sightedness of the city trying to put forward a community benefits framework without understanding the implications of Bill 108 in our communities. So yes, we have spoken about that, and we would ask the city to delay in pushing this framework back so that we can understand on the floor what the implications of Bill 108 are.
So there are implications of Bill 108 to residential, and those would sit in planning agreements. The beauty of the community benefit framework is this is about work that we do ourselves, and it's about buildings where we have provided financial incentive to them. And so now it goes beyond Planning Act. It's you have to do this or you don't get to play with us.
I see your points, well taken.
Yeah.
I think the importance now is to rename this policy, because community benefits does not just focus on developments that happen or that are funded by government. They focus on unequitable developments of all sorts, on private land, public land, And for instance, community benefits, there are particular discourses that are being used to identify struggles that are happening on the floor. For instance, in Parkdale Community Benefits Framework, we have identified 5 areas of need in terms of building local equitable demands. The first one is equitable process. The second one is affordable housing. Housing.
Agreed.
The second one is affordable commercial retail space. The fourth one, sorry, my apologies, is investment in community assets. And the last but not least is decent work. So when we begin to take up the mantle of community benefits discourses, we have to align ourselves with the way that they are imagined and articulated from the very communities that they're emerging from. And to exclude the notion of affordable housing as a potential outcome, to exclude the notion of improvements of environmental needs, all of that, which is what the community, as it is, as it stands, as the community benefits framework, what the city is putting forward, unfortunately does exclude those very, very important outcomes that we're looking for on the grassroots level.
So is the community understanding in not applying it here that it wouldn't be applied at all somewhere else?
What we're worried about is the way in which that the city is appropriating the language of community benefits, because we are defining community benefits in a much broader way. And so when you take up the language of community benefits and delineate it in such a narrow way, it then takes away the ground that we are currently trying to create for ourselves in our day-to-day struggles for equitable local development in our communities, in particular Parkdale, which is where I'm coming from.
Okay, I think I understand there is a disconnect, you're right, and it comes down to nomenclature as much as anything, you're right. So I think we can, in the course of this afternoon, we might be able to work this out.
It does come down to nomenclature, but it also comes down to equitable process. We are trying to develop equitable relationships. So then when the city does get inspired by the work that we're doing on the ground, they need to develop equitable relationships with us instead of putting forward a framework that does not include us and does not represent the work that is being done on the floor right now.
But you can appreciate that for that type of development, we now need to, under Bill 108, we need to put that into a piece of policy and into a point in the transactions that take place that it will not be appealable, because so much is appealable under Bill 108 that those need to be protected.
We certainly agree.
In another way.
Something does need to be articulated very clearly on paper, but we need to do that in the most equitable way as possible so that you're really, the policy really does reflect the work that's being done on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Rick Ciccarelli. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for giving me time to speak tonight. My name is Rick Ciccarelli, and I'm here today representing the Mount Dennis Community Association from Ward 5. MDCA is an association of resident owners, tenants, business people, agency partners, and it strives to create a complete community. MDCA was one of the founding members of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, and I've also worked in the early stages of TCBN as an organizer, and was one of the many people involved in getting Toronto's first community benefits agreement with Metrolinx. Mount Dennis is historically one of Toronto's settlement areas, and before that, a place of significance for the Indigenous community, particularly on the Black Creek running along the south, which is now a flood risk area. Previously, it was a strong working-class neighborhood with a massive manufacturing base that collapsed at the end of the century. Our neighborhood now faces affordable housing pressures and amplified as lower-income housing stock has been affected by Toronto's speculative real estate market. Mount Dennis is a neighborhood improvement area, and MDCA is a member of the York Southwestern Neighborhood Action Partnership Table. It's also represented on the city's consultation committee for the area's economic development strategy now being framed. A wave of development is predicted to occur in Mount Dennis as we become one of the area's largest mobility hubs, one of the city's largest mobility hubs. The area has been designated as well by the city as a pilot neighborhood for net zero community energy planning and hopefully implementation, and is also the focus of several planning and development studies. I mention all of this as reference to the need that is critical for integrated community benefits approach by the city. Neighborhoods and affinity groups get pulled apart by the levels of consultation and the strategies that are going on. We need focus. The report before you identifies a range of city activities related to community benefits that can be strengthened through coordination and aligning with key delivery efforts on workforce development, social procurement, affordable housing, energy poverty, green economic development, transform TO, to name several which we would suggest as priorities. It also identifies the core need to support empowering the community, which isn't really strongly dealt with in the report, but it's needed in order that the community can determine where priorities should be given to achieve the benefits that respond to community-identified needs within the range of roles that the city plays, the variety of stakeholders that must be included. It must be emphasized that community development is fundamental to this process. There should be assistance for independent support to ensure the best representation of community interests at the planning and negotiating tables. Right now, I see charts of advisory groups that the community's mentioned. There's a lot of words that talk about community benefits, but the power is not with the community the way this is set up. MDCA has had its share of successes in pressing for community benefits in Mount Dennis. We've been able to gain access to employment and job training through the Eglinton Crosstown infrastructure build. We've retained the historic Kodak Employees Building with a promise of it being repurposed for community use, and the creation of new employment-related development sites adjacent to that on the Metrolinx property. We've negotiated to have what was planned as a gas plant, generating plant, turned into a non-polluting energy storage system of utility grade. And most recently, with TBN's assistance, Mount Dennis has been the site of a new community benefits agreement with the West Park Hospital renewal. Yet we struggled as a community to gain hard commitments instead of promises. We're failing to get an extension of the bike path network where our riders would like to see it built. We're failing to get enhanced cycling and pedestrian access to the transit station from day one. We've been slammed by the turnover of promises to retain tree cover. Valley walls have been cut back along the Black Creek Valley during the Eglinton Crosstown maintenance and storage yard construction. These are lost opportunities, or ones that we will need as an association to double down on to carry forward with overstressed volunteers, that get worn out.
Wrap up.
Just to close, development takes a long time. People get worn out. As the Mount Dennis LRT station nears completion, our community is pressured by major forces for urban change from the development industry. We need your help. Please keep the community front and center in making decisions about community benefits. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker, Rosemary Powell. Afternoon, Rosemary, welcome.
Thank you very
You
much.
have 5 minutes.
I would really love to have our excellent manager of community benefits campaigns right beside me. Thanks. Thank you. So my name is Rosemary Powell, and I'm speaking to you from the vantage point of my role as the Executive Director of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, the organization in Toronto that represents over 100 stakeholders with the most hands-on experience and deep knowledge about the reality of achieving community benefits agreements. We are now just finalizing an evaluation report conducted by a third party that surveyed a cross-section of stakeholders who are the same stakeholders that will be impacted by the city's community benefits framework. Community members, equity-seeking groups, contractors, and labor unions. Through this report, our stakeholders have identified best practices and recommendations for improving future CBAs. From this perspective, by which I mean the perspective of our stakeholders, I will offer my comments. What is being proposed here is, in a sense, a well-coordinated marketing exercise, taking existing programs which have demonstrated no track record and trying to package benefits that would have otherwise materialized as de facto outcomes from these programs. In contrast, our stakeholders' experience over the past several years highlights that each agreement reached needs to acknowledge and include both continually evolving best practices and dynamic collaboration with community. We are trying to rectify here inequality and years of income polarization in our city. Our reality is that 51% of Toronto is racialized. Let that sink in. Token programs won't make a dent in balancing the historic inequality these communities have and continue to face on the job market in Toronto, especially in the construction industry, where we see 1.2% of racialized people represented in registered apprenticeships. Let that sink in. The construction industry has work to do, and we are offering a solution, and the city has a leadership role here that it can take to give the industry the tools that they need to be able to create the change that we want to see. This document does not describe the opportunity, the City of Toronto staff report. It produces no data, no stats about the depth of the problem that we're dealing with. It produced no stats about the skilled shortage in the industry. What is the scope of the community benefits programs that we're talking about here? City Council approved 2019 tax and rate combined operating budget of $13.47 billion and a 10-year capital budget and plan for $40 billion. Without adding a penny to that budget, what percentage of the spend does the city believe can be or should be performed by diverse suppliers? Tell us, realistically. How many extra jobs are being projected from this budget? What percentage of those jobs can be opened up to the community? Let's make it clear, spell it out. What percentage of those jobs, what is the city's vision? How does the city want to lead? All developers need to understand, the city as well as private developers, that if they want to build in our city, they need to include CBAs. The document, again, the staff report, gives no perspective about the level of support it would receive from the different stakeholders. It speaks about increased interest from city departments about CBAs. That interest didn't just appear in a vacuum. It is there because the community has been fighting for this since the last 12 years with the Rexdale Rising campaign in Woodbine Casino. It is there because our partners are supportive of this. 10 of the largest union and union training centers are members of the TCBN. We have developed a mentoring program together. We have developed a pre-apprenticeship training program together that will be delivered on evenings and weekends outside of their operating hours. It will include Black youth, women, Indigenous peoples, and newcomers.
Please wrap up.
Thank you. What we want to see is that, what we're also seeing is that the contractors themselves are seeing the benefits of community benefits agreements because they know that it gives them an edge when they include a community benefits agreements in their program. So we have some recommendations that we've proposed to you, and I have provided you with our annual report and the recommendations that we are making to you.
Thank you.
Could we give Combs a chance to also just kind of go into a little bit of details about the recommendations?
Put him down another speaker.
The city project, the city document did not describe the Toronto community benefits at all. It's not even mentioned once. So I think we can get a little bit of chance just to give you a sense of who we are.
All right, thank you. Can you state your name, sir, please?
Yeah, my name is Kumsa Becker. I'm also with the Toronto Community Benefits Network. In terms of a little bit of the confusion around private development, the reason why we're here today discussing private development is the initial motion that was put forth to actually start this report. And it highlights that the City Council requests Executive Director of SDFA to work with relevant city divisions and agencies and report back on the development of a City Toronto Community Benefits Framework that includes ways to maximize community benefit outcomes from large-scale private development. And that's why we're coming to you today and asking and understanding that there's no details in the report as to why private development has been excluded. So this lack of clarity really brings us forth today to really see where are the opportunities for community benefits on private development. Just last year, the Community Benefits Network, supporting the residents of Rexdale, who for 10 years were advocating and organizing to get a community benefits agreement. And the community weren't able to become a signatory to that agreement. It had to be between the city and the developer themselves. And where city has levers to require private developers to include community benefits, we want to see those maximized. We want the city to be able to, if you're not able to have the levers, to at least encourage private developers to see community benefits as a way to support complete communities in the city of Toronto. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Carroll.
So I think that's what it comes down to, is what are these levers? The report speaks to the levers that are pretty concrete and safe, shall we say, because it's work that we're doing ourselves, our own projects, and then something where we've provided an IMIT grant. And that ends up being the dividing line between non-residential and residential, because pretty much anybody who builds a non-residential building comes in pressuring us, please define me as eligible for IMIT to get that property tax break. And then the next thing you know, you're at CBA. But other levers that aren't in the report are things like it's a Create TO piece of real estate. It's a TCHC piece of real estate, and we're about to go looking for a private partner to revitalize. Those are levers. That's what you're talking about, is that we haven't included all the levers in this report.
Yeah, definitely understand your question, and one of the proposals, one of the recommendations we put forth is to actually use this as an opportunity to see exactly how we can strengthen these levers, right? Because I know there's been a lot of concerns around the biggest City of Toronto's lever, which is the social procurement program, to actually deliver on some of the outcomes that it currently sent out to. The 2016 report that started the social procurement program asked for a 2-year report back in 2018, and community has not seen that report back. So we actually don't even know how effective this program has been. And now what we're saying is that, no, we're going to use these levers, and we're going to continue to use these levers until 2022. Our communities, we need opportunities now, today. That's what we really need. We need opportunities today, not in 2022, or not to be able to track and analyze. We need targets. We need a community seat at the table. We need to know exactly what is being committed to community. And until that happens, then there's going to be no transparency.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Ahmed Abadi. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ahmed Abdi. I'm almost a fourth-year carpenter with the Local 27, and I just wanted to go over my journey on how I got here. I've been trying to apply for unions to get into a unionized job since after I graduated from high school, and that has proven very hard to do so. Because when you get to the union, you need to be hired by a unionized employer. When you go to the employer, you have to be in the union. And most people get in there because they have either a family or somebody they know that's already in the union that gets them in, which I didn't have. So for the past, right after high school, for 3 years, I've been doing odd jobs, find employment where I can, telemarketing, factory, temp jobs, and all of that. It got to the point where it was basically not feasible for me to be in Toronto. So I went over to Alberta to try to get into the union. It was a lot worse. Toronto was Ontario was a lot easier to deal with. So I came back here, same problem. Every door is closed or there's no access, there's no way to gain access to these doors in order to get meaningful employment. Until I attended an information session held by Toronto Community Benefits. After the information session, they connected me with local union reps. There was a bunch of unions that were there at the info session. I connected with one of them, the Local 27. Easy process. They got me. They sat down with me. The Toronto Community Benefits Network people gave me all the right stuff in order to get into the union, if I was missing any credits, what I needed, they walked me through the process, got into the union. Now, like I said, I'm almost a fourth year, almost getting my journey person. I've been working on the Crosstown LRT because of the benefits agreement they signed with the TCPN. And I'm at a point where right now, because of the connections and the network and the mentorship they provided me, not just getting me into the union, but also when I got onto the site, they set me up with a journey person mentor. They set me up with the union rep that they were close to. That way I was coached every step of the way. And that helped me network with more people. And now I got to the point where I almost got in 20 guys from my neighborhood into the Local 27. And other unions that I made connections with through the Toronto Community Benefits Network. So what I learned from this is, when I was younger and I lived in Rexdale, and I was looking for a job. It was really sad to see all this infrastructure going around my neighborhood, and I have no access to it, and everybody that works there does not look like me, or basically I'm an outsider in my own community. And most of the people, now that I'm in construction and I've been in it for a little while, I found out most of these people that work construction are not really from our city. They're from different places. So it's really saddening when I go back in my community and I see people my age falling through the cracks or going to different places because they have no jobs. But the jobs are there, it's just that they have no access to it. So I really think this will solve a lot of issues that has to do with poverty, crime, and self-esteem. Tomorrow, when the Crosstown project is finished, I can tell my kids, hey, I had something to do with this. So, to have that sense of ownership and sense of pride in something within your community is really amazing, and it helps almost everybody in the greater city. So for the councillors to include community benefits in all the projects that the city is doing is great, not only for the city, but for everybody else that lives under it, and everybody that's disfranchised and not able to get access. So I really think it's something that y'all should consider, and yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, the question?
Go ahead.
So you had to, the one thing that you had to find your way to the Community Benefit Network. How did you, in order to access an Earn While You Learn or a training program, you had to find the Community Benefit Network first. How did that happen?
Well, there's a lot of city programs. And most of these city programs, there's a prerequisite, or you have to be on welfare, or you have to be on some kind of social assistance. Not every youth out there is on social assistance. People don't want to be going through the hustle and the embarrassment because it's not an easy process. So there's a lot of people that these programs don't cater to. and they were not helping me, and none of my friends. So when I got through, I got to the TCPN by attending community info sessions, and that's how I ended up with them. They held one at the Jane Help, the one on Jane Help by Jane and Trithaway area, and that's how I hooked up with them.
So if there was a greater volume of projects to which this applied, there might be there'd either be a bigger network or more networks.
Precisely.
Getting you to the Earn While You Learn programs.
Precisely, and what we really need is hard targets, not just promises, hard targets where the employers and the people that the city is giving these projects to know that they have to hire a certain number of people. That way, the community benefits.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, Mohammed Ba. Mahadou Ba. Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes, my friend.
Thank you. My name is Mamadou Ba. It gives me a great pleasure to be standing here today. I have been a proud member of LIUNA Local 506 since 1990, and then I have worked in the field until 2002. I was then appointed as a business representative, a position I hold since. I am part of the LIUNA African American Canadian Caucus since 2005, and I have been a board member since 2015. The caucus has been involved with the Toronto Community Benefit Network from 2016, among with many other communities groups. We have worked together on the mentoring program for Black youth, the community benefit agreement with Crosslink. LIUNA agreement TCBN holds to recruit more youth and train them to join LIUNA Local 506 and 183. My goal is to see many youth getting involved in construction trade. Construction is the most valuable trade we have. The mission of LIUNA African American Canadian Caucus is to identify, promote, and support issues of cultural, economic development, and civil and social actions, concerns that address the need and interests of LIUNA members of African descent. This is why we have supported TCBN mentoring program for Black youth. We believe that mentorship is the key success. Youth need internal champions who can help them navigate the pain point of their journey and provide support for their career. Right now, TCBN have 9 youth paired with 9 mentors and are currently recruiting for more second cohort. We all have to do our part to drive the outcome we want to see for our community benefit. Unfortunately, the African Caribbean Black community is underrepresented in the trade. We want to see that change. We believe that community benefit agreement can create a pathway for African Caribbean Black communities, but we need community benefit agreement to be stronger and supported by the City of Toronto and other level of government. As a signatory union to a collective agreement with Crosslink Transit Solution for the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, we have actively participated in placing and assisting job candidates from TCBN. Program on the Crosslink project. As a matter of fact, we have reached the 10% target of all craft or trade working hours going to members of equity-seeking group. This would not have happened if we did not have the community benefit agreement. LIUNA has a better benefit a very good and secure pension plan, skilled training, safer workplace, and good wages for a better future. Community benefit help to secure their kind of opportunities for those who do not have access otherwise. LIUNA believes that a strong middle class can be only achieved when all partners are included in economic opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you speaking, sir? You're going to speak too? Could you please just state your name?
My name is Anthony Tubbs. I'm a proud member of LIUNA Local 183.
Good. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Floor is yours.
It's an honor for me to be here today amongst all of you today to share some of the concern that's happening in our community, right? As my colleague just explained most of the things that LIUNA have been involved in. And I'd just like to give a big shout out to LIUNA and their business manager and their executive board for the good works that they have done in the community and supporting and providing opportunity that lead residents to succeed in our community. Also, another big shout out again I would like to give to the Toronto Community Benefit Network for the hard work that they are doing and supporting the youths them in this time. But otherwise from that, we still have a problem. And the problem I see we have with our black youths today is that no one talk about those who are incarceration, right? And now I see the prison is looking more like a plantation for the black youths. And, you know, for us to be sitting here all these years in and years out, wondering and pondering why the black people can't get ahead because they have such ability and there is no opportunity. If we even go out on the construction site and take a start, and look at all the operation going on. Oh, you can count how many black youths are out there, right? And these black youths need the opportunity. And some of these community have to know that we have to also have community training center because we have so many local union training center. That's not enough to entertain the youths them. And while those program is being active, these youths are still out on the street walking up and down, have nothing to do. So if we have community training center where these youth can go, occupy them time during the day, give them sufficient funding that them can reach them goals, because the stats is that you guys can spend so much money on prisoners. How many dollars it costs one youth to be in prison? So why not give that youth that opportunity before him reaching the prison, right? Yeah. And I think that would cost much less than these youths in the prison, because some of these minor misdemeanor what these youths are in prison for because of the color of their skin, we got to change that perception. And also the perception on the job site of discrimination, we also have to have a language how we can approach that, how we can deal with that, how this company can talk to their supervisors and their boss to deal with this racial discrimination. Because before I finish, I just want to say greetings to the human race of all different shades. So it's a beautiful shade, you know what I mean? That's why the garden is the way it is. You don't have one color or else it would boring. So embrace each and every one and embrace all community and give the youth them an opportunity. That's what I have.
Questions? Councilor Carroll?
So you both took part then in what is a community benefit agreement on the Crosslink, on Eglinton Crosstown. So there aren't hard targets to that agreement, but they're having a good experience, and so they are, you think, employing the agreement to the max?
Pardon me, the experience of what? The work?
They are having a good experience in terms of using the community benefit agreement. They're having a good experience in terms of involving the community. And so your feeling is that they really are exercising it to the
Yeah,
max.
well, how I see it, the community is the union and the union is the community, right? So we have to keep both things balanced, right? Because the union have to educate the community about the union, right? Because one attack on a union is attack on all union, right?
Right.
And today, the union is very important because if we don't have union, we can't have representation, we can't have benefit, we can't have pension, we can't have nothing what we're gonna have in our old age, right?
Yes.
And the little CCP and the little old age pension, that can't cut it for people when they get old. That's why you see so much of these old people still have to go back to work, right? So these politicians have to understand. Let's walk a mile in the people of the community shoes, and then you will understand. Let's live on a poverty line for 6 months and see how you can balance that. Because wages don't match with the economical balance right now, okay?
So if we were to apply hard targets, you've heard some of the members saying that, you know, you can't be targets where possible, that the agreements need to have hard targets, meet this percentage, those sorts of targets. To be able to supply that, are you engaged? I know, Mamadou, you said you're on the board. Is your union, for example, and to your knowledge, the rest, are we doing enough to make sure that they're feeding the community members into their training programs so that if we apply hard targets, they can fill them?
Yes, I've been involved directly with those being recruited from the TCBN and sent to our training center for 2-month training. And then after the 2-month training, they join our local 506, and then we start placing them to work. But the one is being sent to Crosslink project, which I'm one of the business rep taking care of the Crosslink project. I have met them, I have discussed with them. As the majority of them, they are very, very successful apprenticeship youth, and they are doing very good. They work very well, and they're learning very good. So we are very happy with the numbers. The percentage we will be able to dispatch.
Because we heard a deputy say that 1.2% is the number of people amongst a young black community that are reaching those training programs. Is the union doing everything it can to better that number?
In Local 506, in general, it's a little bit different than Local 183. We are part of LIUNA. And Local 506, we have a bigger percentage of hiring a black youth. And matter of fact, when the Crosslink project started, and TCBN came in with the city agreement with Crosslink, and then it was 10% target of the work around those projects. 506 meet those 10% project. We already meet the 10% project. Okay. And we have more black youth working for Local 506 as a member in the past 20 years. And Local 506 is doing very good on terms of that percentage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Welcome.
Yeah, but I just want to say one thing, that Local 183, we already signed an agreement with the Toronto Community Benefit Network to work with them in partnership with these youths. So that we already have an agreement. We also support them in everything. So the most important thing I see now is the youths, them are willing to learn, but financially they are in that embarrassment position, right? So the policy to go through the training, it takes finance. So if these youth can be adequately financed, you know what I mean, it would be a pleasure for them to enjoy while them going through the training. Right.
Thank you, gentlemen. Our next speaker, Mercedes Sharp-Zayas. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Mercedes Sharp-Zayas, and I just wanted to actually start by stating that I'm honored and humbled to follow many of the speakers that we've heard today, both on this agenda item, as well as on the action plan to confront anti-Black racism. Many of the stories that we've heard have actually shown in many ways how these two initiatives are intimately tied when envisioning equitable futures, as well as economic and racial justice. I work for the Parkdale People's Economy, a network of over 30 community-based organizations and hundreds of residents fighting for equitable development in Parkdale. You've also heard from one of my coworkers, Ana Teresa. I am also a partner of the Power Lab, which is a network of grassroots movement builders across Ontario who are organizing for local fair economies, of which community benefits is a key tool. And I'm here today to add my comments as well on the city's proposed community benefits framework with a specific focus on affordable housing and equitable processes. Over the past several years, I've actually had the opportunity to come and speak to council on 2 separate occasions. The first time was in response to a controversial luxury condominium development at the corner of King and Dufferin, where community members fearing displacement were asking for key commitments to affordable housing units, affordable commercial spaces, and transparency in the process of negotiating density bonusing agreements through Section 37. At the time, the councillors stated that they wanted to support community members, but because it was a private development on private land, their hands were tied. The second time was in response to the city's implementation of the Housing Now initiative, where Parkdale residents were calling for 100% social housing on publicly owned lands, rather than the partial privatization of public assets. At the time, the policy was amended to ensure that the city explores social ownership models and potential opportunities for community benefits in the redevelopment of public lands. To me, each of these moments were indicative of the potential power that a strong community benefits framework could have played in protecting the needs of equity-seeking community members in both private and public developments, and the necessity of grassroots calls for community benefits to ensure accountability to those most impacted by development. The history of community benefits is one that is rooted in the partnership of community coalitions and labor fighting together for economic and racial justice, along with strong internal champions in government who helped to ensure that community visions were prioritized over corporate profit. In the first comprehensive community benefits agreement in Los Angeles, housing was actually seen as a critical component of the agreement, which led to hundreds of thousands of dollars invested into nonprofit housing and the formation of one of LA's most prominent land trusts, Trust South LA. In Parkdale, we have created a community benefits framework that draws from the tradition set forward in Los Angeles and in many ways from the different movements we've heard of today through the Toronto Community Benefits Network, and that establishes strong community-driven targets for affordable housing, affordable commercial, community assets, decent work, and equitable processes. These include calls for 60% local equitable hiring, 30% affordable housing on private lands, 100% social housing on public lands. These are hard targets that we're trying to see and that we're currently not seeing in the city's framework. We are using this framework to negotiate with public institutions like our local hospitals and with large-scale real estate investment trusts to mobilize community values and demands for equitable investments and development without displacement. We are concerned that the community benefits policy currently set forward could interfere with our community-led processes and our targets, rather than supporting and bolstering them. In order to ensure a strong and collaborative partnership with the city, we recommend that the framework include a strong commitment to coordinating housing policies, such as Housing Now, inclusionary zoning, and the retrofits of TCHC, into the community benefits framework by working in partnership with the Affordable Housing Office, SSHA, the Planning Department, TCHC, and most importantly, tenants and community members. There's a significant opportunity to ensure that city-led housing projects or housing projects on city-owned land include community benefits agreements to ensure that decent work and housing opportunities are being created for local community members. We also strongly recommend that community benefits and equity impact assessments are addressed at the beginning rather than an afterthought of the planning and development process, and that there are strong accountability measures to ensure that equity-seeking community members are not simply engaged, but established as true partners at the negotiation table throughout the process. This highlights the need for a clear process with hard targets, community representation, reporting, and accountability mechanisms to ensure that these benefits are actually enforced. We have a significant opportunity to ensure that the wealth being generated in our city is shared and redistributed to historically disadvantaged communities. And this is a project that can only be created through strong partnerships and collaboration with community at the table leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Carroll?
I'm not trying to trip you up with this question. I'm really trying to boil this down to its essence. At the end of the day, because we heard from your colleague earlier from the same alliance, at the end of the day, in terms of, you use the same roll-in housing now and the rest. But at the end of the day, for those types of developments, we need to incorporate it, but you want us to incorporate it with respect to residential development in such a way that we could have a CBA on those types of developments that is absolutely not appealable to this new OMB LPAT hybrid. That's the dilemma, but that's what you want. You want an ironclad agreement that can't be appealed.
Well, what we'd like to see at the very least is the city doing its best to coordinate all of its different levers that it has, and we believe that housing should also be seen as a critical component to that. We recognize that, of course, provincial powers are going to try to supersede in these cases, but I believe it's really important for the city to stand up in many ways and see this as a critical component to community benefits.
Definitely levers there. They just happen to be threatened by different legislation. So we got to get it, but get it so it's not appealable provincially. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Our next speaker, Anthony Tubbs. Spoke already? Okay, Aaron Burke. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Erin Burke, and I'm a student from the Jane Finch Center, which strongly supports the creation of a community benefits framework to help equity-seeking groups and communities that have been historically disenfranchised to gain access to decent work. The Jane Finch Center is a multi-service, community-based organization founded in 1976 and envisions a healthy Jane Finch community, strong, inclusive, socially and politically active through diversity, opportunity, and participation. The Jane Finch Center is driven by passion, innovation, and a strong commitment to social justice, community engagement, and collaboration. The center has a long history of supporting workers and the struggle for decent work in Jane and Finch and Northwest Toronto. The community has been excluded from formal economic opportunities for decades and is active in advocating for safe, fair, and dignified work at a living wage. Just this month, we supported the release of a community-led report on temp agencies and workers in the neighborhood, written by community residents and produced by Jane Finch Action Against Poverty, or JFAP, detailing exploitative and hazardous work conditions and making recommendations for change. A progressive community benefits framework could help bring about many of our demands for better work in the Jane and Finch community. Several improvements need to be made to strengthen the framework as it currently stands. The city must set hard targets, not just goals, have solid processes for accountability and reporting, and strong oversight mechanisms in order to ensure outcomes are achieved and equity-seeking groups truly benefit from both jobs and investment. There must be meaningful engagement with local neighborhoods and residents when there are new opportunities for community benefits through large-scale urban infrastructure projects as well as private development projects. Community needs a spot at the table. We want to see the framework include an outline of how this engagement will be carried out, including how commitments will be identified, negotiated, and monitored. The Jane Finch Center also strongly encourages the use of mechanisms to formalize community benefits in contracts with trade unions and contractors. One way of doing this is through project labor agreements, following best practices from across North America and ensuring consistency from project to project. The framework must also be aligned with other important initiatives led by the City of Toronto, such as Toronto's Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism, the Transform TO Climate Action Strategy, and the Affordable Housing Office. The Jane Finch Center urges the City of Toronto to create a community benefits framework with the true potential to benefit the community and workers in Jane and Finch and in Toronto as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Our last speaker, Amin Benwali. Amin? Good afternoon, Amin. Welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
So my name, like I said, my name is Amin Benwali. I'm the CEO and Executive Director of Out of the Box Social Enterprise. It's a construction social enterprise where we hire and train mainly African Canadian youth from equity-seeking groups, historically marginalized backgrounds. Hire them, train them, teach them construction skills, drywall, painting, taping, maintenance, things of that nature. We hire and employ annually about 15 to 25 annually, and we're looking to grow and to build on that. And we also just do a lot of outreach and things in the community with different organizations and people. So I wanted to be here because I remember about 5 years ago we talked about the community benefits agreement, and I wanted to talk about my perspective from it. I remember, so a little bit about me. When I was 16, I was sitting in a jail cell, and I didn't have any job or I wasn't in school. Fortunately for me, I had an uncle who owned a construction company, and he hired me and he trained me and he taught me the skills. And I was able to learn, I was able to grow, and I was actually able to start my own company. And what I noticed that I didn't feel it had enough impact in the community. I saw a lot of people that didn't have jobs. When I come home, it'd be 15 kids in front of my building who weren't working. And so I thought to myself, what if we were able to scale this up and actually be able to hire and employ youth from the community? Because at the same time, I lived in a Toronto community housing building at the time, and I would notice a lot of the construction workers that would come back and forth, they weren't from the community, when there was 15, 20 of us hanging out in front of the building. So I said, okay, why don't we start an organization that we can train them and hire the people that are actually living here? So that's what we did, and so it's been having some relative success. However, I've noticed that, we've done some meetings, we've been fortunate to work with, Toronto Community Benefits Network. Some of the unions have been very, favorable. And one thing I've noticed, though, is that we'll do these meetings, we'll bring out, 40, 50 people from the community, and some of the youth that when I see them in the community, I don't even want to look at them because it's been 3 years and they still didn't get a job, and they went to that meeting, they sat with the EI or EO or E something, and they didn't get employed. And again, obviously, it's not gonna be a 100% success rate, but I do feel like there was just a lot of that. There was a little bit too much of that, where it was like, there was things trying to be done, which I think was good, and there was relative success, and I am appreciative of that, and I want to commend, the council, the city of Toronto, and the people in it, because I do think we have gotten somewhere. However, I do think that it's not there yet, and there's still like a large portion of people where it's like, there's a little agreement, there's a half agreement, there's a slight, maybe partial agreement, and there's nothing concrete. So I do think that it's good, and I appreciate where we've came, but I do think that we need to, I do feel like, harder targets in terms of hiring, in terms of, social procurement, and, people feeling that it's ownership, people that can work for organizations and feel like they have ownership in what they're doing. I think is very, very important. And so, lastly, what I wanted to say was I do feel like this is bigger than just sort of, I don't feel like this is just some thing. I think this is not to sound too dramatic, I do think it's a movement. I do think this is the future of social development, and I actually think it's the future of business as well. Business is all about people, and I think that being favorable to this is really gonna, not only is it gonna ignite the social development, but it's really gonna teach and show, and I think ignite business as well into what it's really about, which is a triple bottom line, people, profit, and environment. So just wanted to say that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Now bring to committee questions of staff. Councilor Cressy, question?
So how much does the city spend annually thereabouts on infrastructure projects across our departments?
Through the chair, in 2018, we awarded about $1.8 billion in construction contracts.
1.8 billion. Okay. Do we have a sense of, across all those projects totaling 1.8 billion, the value of social procurement that we received through that?
Through the chair, in 2018, we identified, another, apologies. Just looking for my number. Another, there was another 15 projects identified in 2018 where the social procurement workforce development applies to contracts over 5 million that meet a certain criteria. So it's not every construction contract. It's depending on if that construction contract will be able to produce an actual benefit from workforce development.
So 15 projects last year applied for, met our criteria for social procurement out of how many projects?
Sorry, I don't have the full number for the amount of projects, but it, in the ICI sector alone, which was $616 million dollars in award in 2018, there was 180 projects.
All right, so 15 projects in total, but in the ICI sector alone, there are, you said 600 projects awarded?
Sorry, it's $616 million in contracts that were awarded, but 180 contracts.
Okay. So under the community benefits framework, this is where, just as I'm trying to understand this, read the report, went through, have spoken to staff behind me here. So this would apply to all city procurement projects, is that correct?
Through the chair, the social procurement policy applies to all the construction, or all projects above $5 million that will meet the criteria where we can put workforce development in. Community benefits is larger than that, and Chris may want to weigh in on.
So through the chair, the community benefits framework covers off a number of opportunities for the city to secure community benefits, one of which is social procurement. Council approved that policy in 2016. And we are in the process of fully implementing that process. Another example of community benefits is where the city has a legislative authority. An example would be the Woodbine Casino. So those are the opportunities that the community benefits framework addresses. The third bucket would be voluntary opportunities on private development, and I think that's what many of the deputants were referring to.
So social procurement, we have a policy and applies, though I will admit some concerns when I hear how many projects met that criteria based on how many happened. But we have social procurement, legislative authority, and then on a voluntary basis, some private projects. What does legislative authority, what does that mean? What projects would fall under that bucket?
So again, the Woodbine Casino is a good example where under provincial legislation, the municipality had to agree to approve the operation, the expanded gaming at Woodbine. As a condition of that approval, council required a community benefits agreement.
So when we have, so there's city tender projects, transportation, parks, engineering, construction services, others. Then we also have our agency boards and corporations. So the legislative authority, for example, Create TO, there were 11 pieces of property are currently, out for tender to build housing on those sites, 11 pieces of property. Will they all have a social procurement and community benefits agreement with them?
That will be a consideration in that, and in fact, we identified those opportunities on page 8 of the report. We talked about the Housing Now sites, Create TO, where the city, again, has a lever. In that case, we own the land.
I guess and I'll have a motion on this. I guess where I'm struggling to understand is where a community benefit framework applies, where it's where it is mandatory. So it's an actual opt-out as opposed to an opt-in, because it seems to me that the criteria seems pretty stiff to opt in at the moment.
Well, effectively, the community benefits framework is articulating that wherever council has a lever, wherever we have any financial, regulatory authority, we opt in, we require it. That's what the framework is articulating.
So if I were to move a motion requesting a report directly to council articulating exactly what the hard targets are and where they apply. Is that something that could be provided? Because my outstanding concern here is that when we are tendering city-owned projects on an annual basis of nearly $2 billion, I would say we have exceptional leverage every time.
Through the chair, we would do our best to get that report directly to council, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll, the question?
Yeah, so I think you heard me ask questions of residents. There are different kinds of levers, and that's where the problem is here. We do have situations where we're providing a sort of benefit. This applies right now to places where the city buys and builds or provides financial incentive. In the cases of Housing Now and Create TO pieces of real estate, it feels very much like we have levers.
Correct.
They're not cash incentives. They're not quite like IMIT. And that's where I think the breakdown in understanding happens. Is there a way to build those in here in a more build those in here and deal with them some other way than that would make them not subject to appeal at the new OMB/LPAT?
Through the chair, the framework is intended to articulate the opportunities that aren't dependent on land use regulatory processes.
Right, because that's
for a
all
number of
appealable.
reasons. And again, I think that's part of the confusion.
Yes. So the problem with those is they all end up being, you would be planting that agreement in the middle of all appealable land use discussions, which takes it beyond our control a little bit.
Correct.
Okay, so do we need a separate process there? Is that the issue here? Is there a way to take this framework, which may not be perfect until it gets out of council? There are still some issues around hard targets. That was going to be my last question. There are still some issues here, but if we get to the point where the community is satisfied with this framework, can we then proceed to use it as a template so that we do have some sort of CBA process for those residential builds where we have some lever that might be a different lever than straight cash financial?
Yes, through the chair, we have been working closely with our colleagues in city planning and the chief planner. Their world is in a bit of flux at the moment, so it's a matter of understanding how we might be able to apply the framework in that context.
But there is we really do need to label and separate here, because the province's new instrument, where they've collapsed development charges, Section 37 of Parkland, all into one instrument, it's called community benefits something. Then we have these community benefits agreements, and then we have the sort of broad understanding of those two words when you put them together in the community. Community benefit is what a lot of people call building a playscape in a park. So we need to allow them some sort of separation. But this piece, this workforce development-based piece, this animating a community piece, if we adopt this today, by the time we get to council, we could move something that allows that the very next step is building something that applies to private residential development that there's a lot more of.
Through the chair, we can certainly address that issue. Whether or not the city will be in a position to go that next step by the next council, I can't speak to. We would need to work with city legal and city planning on understanding the implications of that. I suspect we will not be in a position to take that step at that point, but we can certainly work to make sure the community benefits framework component is ready.
Okay. And last question, hard targets. That's the other big issue coming from the community today. We seem to be saying hard targets where possible, hard targets, but not actually quantifying them in the report. Hard targets have been successful in the Woodbine CBA, have they not?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So is there a reason why we haven't put those forward at this point? Do they show up later in an implementation plan, or does council need to decide what they want and apply them by motion?
We, as I understand Councillor Cressy's motion, we will report directly to council with a bit more detail in that regard. I would say we can provide information to council on targets by category of community benefit tool.
Right.
We're not in a position to recommend a hard target at a project, broad project level. So we can do it at the high level. We'll endeavor to provide that for July council.
Oh, because projects, there are different kinds of projects.
There's no one size fits all
Yeah.
in negotiating at the individual project level.
Okay, but we can have that conversation between now and council. Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers, Councillor Cressy.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have a motion, if it can be placed on the screen, and that is for the ED of SDFA to report directly to City Council in a few weeks' time to provide information on where the community benefits hard targets would apply within the framework. And I know that there's a motion, Chair, that you have that also speaks to targets. Just a few brief remarks on this. First of all, a thank you to the deputants and the members of the Community Benefits Network for the work they're doing day in and day out, and for our City of Toronto staff. Our social procurement policy was just passed, I think, a year and a half ago, and I know that they are working flat out, and I want to commend them for their work. The principle that I use in this is that if the city is doing work, social procurement and a community benefits agreement must apply. To me, it really is that simple.
Please, no applause, please.
And if for some reason social procurement and community benefits agreement can't apply, then we need to opt out as opposed to having to opt in. And that to me means hard targets, and it means hard targets that are concrete and measurable. It means accountability for them that can be seen at all times publicly and evaluated and held to. And I know, Chair Grimes, the motion you have speaks to that. And I think all of us need to understand where these hard targets apply, and whether it's engineering and construction services or transportation services or parks, forestry, and recreation, you should have to apply. And if it's Create TO or Toronto Community Housing, you should have to have an agreement. And we know, we've heard it from the deputants, and I've experienced it in my community, that a community benefits agreement is a game changer. In my neighborhood of Alexandra Park, where we have one, 200 jobs have been created through a revitalization.
Please, we've got a big agenda. Just wave your hands, please. No applause, please.
Thanks. And I would just say that, notwithstanding what I heard from a deputant representing one of the trades, that all skill levels and all types of jobs can be found on a project. And whether it is a highly technical construction job, of which training can provide the expertise to do, or whether it's marketing or interior design or reception, there are jobs. And so the city can be a catalyst, and I would argue that city construction should be the catalyst as well. And so I'm looking forward to this work carrying forward. I'm looking forward to seeing those hard targets and where they apply, and I'm looking forward to ensuring that when we do work, the community benefits, not just from a repaved road, but from new jobs and opportunities, especially for equity-seeking groups. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. Yes, I think this motion, if we get a report that really just clearly names what applies and what doesn't to council, it's going to help council members, let alone the community, to start to decide what we want to do to finish this report off in its final vote at council. Because I think it's clear from the response from the community that that part is missing, that people have not understood that different types of construction is now sitting in different baskets, and one that is particularly under threat under Bill 108. And so we got to figure out a way to achieve what we want to achieve there, but make sure that it's protected and not appealable in this new tribunal. But Councillor Cressy's right. Forever, it has been, in the Western world at the very least, it really is government's responsibility to set a bar and to require. So we really do have to start with where we are building or buying something and actually demonstrate, be the role model. There was a point in time when I was a little girl when, people said, you got to get one of those government jobs. It's a good job. It's a safe job. It's a job that will pay you a living wage. And somewhere along the line, we had to start apologizing for that. And we have to stop apologizing for that. Yes, we're trying to set a bar here for opportunity and fair treatment of every human being in this city by demonstrating what you do every time you have an opportunity that presents itself in the execution of a project, and demonstrate how you want all employers to behave and who you want them to provide opportunities to. So yes, this is the framework for how we're going to create CBA around what we're buying, what we're building, and certainly any IMIT. We've gone a long way in just a short period of time in two economic development committees. If we adopt this report today in just two committees, we first of all made the IMIT program more accountable by adding the points-based system to it and actually beginning to track whether or not when people make a commitment after we've given them that financial incentive, they actually keep the commitment. We weren't tracking it before. We just started deciding to do that a month ago. Now what we're saying is let's lay down that CBA are required and there's a real framework around those. I think we have to find some language that is better than where possible when we're using the word target. And I don't think we can half adopt this by saying we'll do that later. We've got about 2 weeks to figure out that language, because where possible is not cutting it. And that's quite clear. But I also want to speak to, and I don't mean to speak of him after he's left, but the fellow who left who said, this is just too hard. It's just too hard to do. It's going to cost more. I think it's very telling that he said it's really hard to get people to join training programs and become a part of this world. And then we heard from someone from the Community Benefit Network that the real entry into those Earn While You Learn and training programs is 1.2%. That has to change, especially when we just finished adopting a council that we've now got a list of 10 different organized labor groups that are now eligible to work for the contractors that are going to get this work. It's 10 now. We've now added the largest, and they now have a duty to make sure that the people who need to find those programs are finding those programs. It shouldn't be necessary to start a new not-for-profit agency to help people find them. They're obviously not doing a good enough job. If it takes a whole extra not-for-profit agency for young men who desperately need a living wage for their whole extended family, to just have one person in that family finally earning a living wage, you guys have to organize this whole effort. That's not on. We need to have to start holding the labor groups to account. If you have a training program, who's getting to it? You are responsible to join us in making sure that equity-seeking groups make it into those programs. And so we obviously need the framework, but we're going to have to apply hard targets to it or they're not going to take up that responsibility. So we need that stronger language by council. If we see the list and we adopt this motion today, then I hope that we can satisfy that request of this community that we heard from today when we adopt this finally at council.
Any other recommendations? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any further speakers? So I'll just speak quickly. I'll move the staff recommendations. Also have an amendment. City Council direct the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration, Chief Purchasing Officer, Official, Purchasing and Materials Management Division, General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, and General Manager of Toronto Employment and Social Service, in collaboration with the Community Benefits Coordinator, to provide data required report annually on starting in 2019 and going forward on City of Toronto community benefits targets and/or achievements on this project-by-project basis where possible, to be published on the city webpage by year-end 2019, and with the consideration for aligning with an open data approach. 2, City Council direct the Executive Director of Social Development and Finance and Administration through the Community Benefits Coordinator to support, as recesses allow, any community benefits initiatives that may fall outside the focus of the implementation plan, but are consistent with the guiding principles of the Community Benefits Framework, including private developments on privately owned land where community groups and developers are both willing to enter into exploratory discussions. And 3, City Council amend the guiding principle on achieving accountability in Attachment 1 to read as follows. 3, achieve accountability. The City of Toronto's community benefits process will be consistent, transparent, and accountable to all stakeholders. Community benefits initiatives will establish hard targets where possible and report on outcomes. So with that, I will move that. And
I have a question of the mover.
Yeah, and I'll support Councillor Cressy. Yes, Councillor Carroll.
I know you advance circulated this, but I'm just wondering if after the deputations we've heard this afternoon, in Section 3, you might want to take out the words "where possible." Would that be a friendly amendment?
I don't see a problem with it. Yep, should be fine. Yep. Good. Okay. We're taking where possible out.
It's right at the bottom of Section 3.
That.
It's the underlined portion.
Okay, while we're doing that, we'll vote on Councillor Cressy's. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. My amendment, we're taking out where possible. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll go to, does anyone need a break? 2-minute break, anybody? 2-minute? Well, maybe you've stopped asking all the questions. Does anyone need a 2-minute break, or are we good? You good? Okay. All right, 6.16 Downtown East 2023 5-year action plan. Please, people, could you take your conversation outside, please? Sorry. Downtown East 2023 5-year action plan. We have a number of speakers. Okay, I think Joyce Rankin had to leave. Is that correct? And we have Allison Falby here. Allison? Guys, please, we still have a meeting going on. Please take it outside, please. Thank you. Thank you. Allison, just 1 sec, please. Guys, we have a speaker, please. Thank you. Good? You good? Welcome, Allison. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I am the priest director.
Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. Restart your time. Sorry, Allison. Go ahead. Sorry.
My name is Allison Falby, and I am the priest director at All Saints Church Community Center, the epicenter of the opioid crisis. We've been serving people in need at our church center for almost 50 years. And my staff and I know what it's like to tell people in the dead of winter that we can't find shelter beds for them. And we know what it's like to go home thinking that someone is going to die tonight. All Saints and our historic partner agency, Street Health, are eager to be involved in the Downtown East Plan, and I'd like to express my support for for it overall, but particular aspects of it today. In particular, I'd like to express my support for the plan's goals of creating safe and inclusive communities, increasing housing outcomes, and improving training and programming related to harm reduction and overdose prevention. Some of you may know the work of Johann Hari. He has said that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is human connection. And I recommend to you his TED Talk, Everything You Know About Addiction is Wrong. Valuable opportunities for connection are provided by harm reduction and overdose prevention programs like those at Street Health. And we strongly support the expansion of harm reduction and overdose training and programming. The ultimate harm reduction is, in fact, authentic community. Giving out needle kits and so on it's important, of course, for death prevention, but it's also really important for the sense of connection it fosters. Real community is a place where relationships are built. And so we strongly support the plan's goal to build safe and inclusive communities, since that's what we've been trying to do for almost 50 years. We also strongly support the expansion of supports at the Dan Harrison complex. We serve many people in that complex, and we have seen, not just in Dan Harrison, but in the neighborhood around, we've seen the worsening of poverty in the last decades, but also the last few years in particular. The housing crisis is not abating. And so, in terms of housing supports, we strongly suggest a targeted investment in services to our population, including housing and shelter services. We have been trying to find housing for people who have been denied housing all over the city, denied shelter spaces. And this is why people die in the wintertime, because they have nowhere to go. But I'm glad to see that the city is taking action on this, and I thank you for your plan.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much for your deputation, and thank you for being here to support this strategy. With respect to a holistic approach to harm reduction, it really is vitally important that we actually build a non-judgmental environment that allows people to access services. But it's also just as important to make sure that they have housing and adequate shelters. Is that not correct?
Yes, yes.
And specifically through the action plan, it highlights on multiple occasions the need for that stable housing environment.
Yes.
And would you say that you know, the work that your organization is doing in the church, obviously the services have expanded because of the community need, but I think it may be accurate to say that if given an opportunity to expand your facility or move the facility into a different building within the vicinity, it actually allows you to do the work even better.
It's hard to answer that question, actually, because our people actually really love our building.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, and I've been asked this question before, because our building is in, bad shape and that sort of thing. But I don't know if we moved whether people would follow.
Well, I'm not suggesting to move
Yeah.
many blocks out.
Yeah.
With respect to having outdoor programmable space, having a larger community kitchen, having individual counseling facilities, like all of those things would just enhance your service.
Yes, I mean, we could use a lot more, the people could use a lot more support, and any opportunity for connection
Right.
matters.
And having that adequate facility will allow you to even do a better job of delivering service.
Yeah, I think so.
Services. And with respect to where the Downtown East Action Plan will go, much of what is contained in the action plan talks about the need for intergovernmental participation,
yes.
including provincial dollars for mental health responses,
Yes.
crisis prevention. We recognize that that's not necessarily a city responsibility. Because there are changes afoot within the provincial government, especially with the Ontario health teams, is there active engagement with the provincial partners right now who are perhaps able to help your organization do more?
I wouldn't say active. I'm part of the Regent Park Executive Directors Network, and so I believe that network is trying to work on something. So through that, yes. I mean, it's a challenge when our resources are stretched, but I mean, I think more engagement is better, obviously. It's just a question of time and resources.
Do you think that the Downtown East Action Plan will ultimately be successful if the province doesn't come to the table with adequate mental health dollars, as well as dollars for harm reduction services, as well as services that will lead people to a pathway of recovery and treatment?
I mean, no. Obviously, harm reduction falls into the realm of health, and health is a provincial responsibility. So yes, we need the commitment of the province as well.
And then my final question is, would it be beneficial to have an ongoing roundtable that will bring the government partners to a regular active dialogue with the local community, including the stakeholder service providers?
I would think so. I would think so.
So you would support that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Christopher Broski. Good afternoon, Christopher. Thank you, welcome, and appreciate your patience today.
No worries, thank you. Councilors, city employees, TCAC, how's it going? So the Downtown East plan is going to be playing catch-up probably for about 30 or 40 years of failed policies within the city and a lot of good intentions. When the Canadian government made a decision to deinstitutionalize people, the City of Toronto had to play catch-up, and they used their housing stock. Dan Harrison, unfortunately, became the epicenter of this. In 1991, it was identified in a report by Metro Homes that more than 10% of the population needed supervision and support. In that time, it's probably metastasized to a percentage of better than 60% of the population. Families that come there that are poor, newcomers, wind up getting traumatized very shortly when all the beatings, rapes, shootings, stabbings, sexual trafficking that takes place there. And I realize it's kind of like a dry issue for some of you, but I mean, people are dying. People's daughters are being pimped out. You know, when you see a young woman come down to my neighborhood who looks relatively young and healthy, and within 6 months, she's been beaten to the point where she doesn't even recall her name. She goes into fugue states, ambulances show up, and the benefit she gets as a Canadian is maybe a solar blanket in a rainstorm, and then she's just left out on the corner so that way she can be preyed upon by the next group of predators that come by. And even using the word predator is given pushback because predators have historical narratives where victims don't. Victims don't have anything. My neighbor, who had a worker who was funded by the province of Ontario, who had been put in place as a result of the poverty reduction strategy at Dan Harrison, just recently turned in her abuser, had been living with her for a year and a half, abusing her every day, and I don't even want to get into the specifics of that, but she'll probably need surgery in order to recover. And everybody was fine with that because it fit a historical narrative. And that's the problem, is a lot of people come into this room, come into council chambers, and they pass things that sound good and feel good, and the end result is there is no accountability on the street. Part of the Downtown East strategy, there is a accountability component, but it's only as good as you people. It's only as good as you people willing to punish those people who fail to do their job, and as an end result of them failing to do their job, people die. It's not just a matter of you going home and being able to go on your vacations, hang out, watch your Netflix, binge on that, maybe get a nice little bit of Chardonnay, and then you come back to work Monday morning, but yet there's a parent walking through my neighborhood looking for her daughter who disappeared. I mean, I don't know if any of you have ever had a conversation with a parent who's looking for her daughter who's in a TCHC building held up by a predator, and she's scratching on the front sidewalk hoping her daughter will communicate with her in chalk, please talk to your mommy. I mean, that's where I live. I spent 16 years in a Texas prison, 10 years locked up in segregation. Now, some of you may have opinions as to what led me there, but I tell you this much, I was 16 years old. I had my life taken away from me, and I've seen a lot of things, but I have never seen anything like what takes place at Dan Harrison, where people sit around and talk about how wonderful Toronto is. I don't have pride in this city. And if anything, it makes me despise my country that we take the most vulnerable people in this city while we're talking and beating our breasts and saying how wonderful we are, and they die. And when they reach out for help, there's no help for them. None. No help, because they're not pretty, they don't have agency, and nobody wants to listen to them. And I don't know if any of you really want to listen today. All of you put out policies that wind up affecting people in the city, and sometimes they're glamorous. But this is literally trying to save people's lives. Through default, you have an open-air hospital that runs from Wellesley down to Queen along Sherbourne, and from Victoria Street to River Street along Dundas. That means that our clients, our patients, however you want to dice that up, they're PSWs or whatever predators come in from whatever part of town, and they use a policy of beating, raping, and isolation. And when those people are beaten and raped, the only cops that are there to help them out get spit on or accused of racism. And I've seen people that have nothing, nobody there for them. And you want to know who sits there and holds their hand and picks them up when they're down on the ground covered in their piss? It's one of your cops. And your cops don't get paid for that. And then your cops get hated for it. But they keep on doing it. That's what my community is. That's what you've built. I don't need it, don't want it, but I stepped up and I advocated for it. And a lot of you people, some of you in this room, hate me. Hate me because you think you know my past. And you use it as an excuse to sit there and ignore what's happening before you in your city. Do you get that? Do any of you really get that? Because there's a poverty reduction strategy in the city. It's called the morgue. People are overdosing, they're dying, succumb to health issues because they've been beaten so many times when they've been drinking that it's a lot easier for the coroner to write it up as just a health issue rather than an assault.
Please wrap up, sir, you're over time.
I'm good, man. I mean, I don't know what else I can say to you other than please pass this.
Thank you. Any questions, Deputy? Councillor Wong Tam.
And Chris, thank you for your impassioned deputation. As a resident in the Dan Harrison complex, I think you have clearly articulated that it's long overdue for a rethink. Contained in the Downtown East action plan is specifically that outcome, is that we're asking city staff to work with TCHC, to work with the local community, to actually address the concerns that you have raised. Is that how you read this report as well?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the Sherbourne corridor, because I think you've raised a very important point about ensuring that everyone is safe, including the most vulnerable in our community. Even the Sherbourne corridor, the 6 blocks that you've mentioned, is highlighted as requiring additional supports, very similar to the new supports that have come in for the Yonge Dundas catchment area, and that will be deployed over to Sherbourne corridor. Does that meet your, I guess, support at this point in time, knowing that it still needs to be scaled up?
Good intentions usually get killed by politics and lack of funding. And to be honest with you, if there's not a commitment on the part of this city to deal with what's taking place in the Downtown East, Toronto will fail as a city. It just will. Because Dan Harrison is reflective of what a vision was in Toronto once, and that was Jane Jacobs. And what was a livable city is a nightmare for a lot of people.
And I think you just hit a very important piece of this particular report, is that there needs to be city dollars committed to the 2020 budget process, because obviously the plan is outlining the things that the city needs to do, but without dollars and investments to get us those outcomes, the plan is really nothing more than just a bunch of words on some paper.
Well,
so I think you recognize that this still needs another step.
One is provincial funding, yes, but two, this can't be another plan in which people's friends who are consultants wind up getting $30,000 contracts to put on a PowerPoint presentation that's already been presented before. And that's part of the reason why we've gotten to where we have, because a lot of people have been in positions where they have responsibility and they don't execute those responsibilities, but it looks good on paper.
And then finally, my question is, with respect to this type of comprehensive plan for the Downtown East, as a longtime resident of the Downtown East, someone who's been on the front lines, who's seen it all, seen a lot, this is the very first time that the City of Toronto is really trying to tackle the silos within the divisions that don't necessarily always work together, the fractures sometimes within the community agencies that are scrambling to meet the needs of the community but maybe not well-resourced, and as well as bringing the community voices to bear. Would you say that this is a very important but yet long overdue first step?
I would say that if you work within the city and you're more interested in collecting your paycheck than seeing Toronto fail, you shouldn't have a job. To be honest with you, I don't think people don't face the axe for failing to do their jobs. I think that's the accountability piece.
Chair, can I just, on a point of personal privilege, defaming staff when they don't have the ability to respond is not appropriate.
Councillor Cressy. Thank you.
All right, more dead people. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Thank you all.
Our next speaker, Dima Masic. Dima Masic. Dima Masic. Lucas Granger. Good afternoon, Lucas. Thank you for your patience. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucas Granger, and I am the Vice President, External Affairs of the University of Toronto Students' Union. The UTSU represents 44,000 full-time undergraduate students at the University of Toronto. These students live all across the city and the Greater Toronto area. Many of our students live in an area defined as the Downtown East in the report. And as of the last academic year, over 6,800 students live within the area affected by the recommended action plan. And that is just U of T students. That does not include other institutions like Ryerson, George Brown, and OCAD, including, of course, all the others that are in our city. Throughout the report, the recommendations prioritize those in equity-seeking and vulnerable groups, those who need the most attention going forward. These equity-seeking groups also involve students within the community, and more often than not, students feel as though they are separated from their communities or they are viewed as temporary additions by the community itself. The focus on creating more safe and inclusive community spaces gives those who feel like outsiders an opportunity to involve themselves within the community they reside in, whether it's short-term or long-term. The recommendations also pinpoint concerns that are at the forefront of our own students' minds, namely issues surrounding overdose prevention, safe and affordable housing, and increased capacity for mental health resources. Students on our campus often bring experiences of past hardships and personal connections related to these issues to our student union. These students feel as though supports currently aren't there for them, and access is hard, and this plan would begin to alleviate concerns. Students especially feel vulnerable surrounding issues of housing and mental health. It is a common theme for students to relay us information about their housing situations, specifically in regard to poor living conditions, predatory landlords, finances, and feeling trapped within their own homes. Students on our campus have also become increasingly concerned with the lack of proper mental health supports, both on our campus and in the communities they reside in. School, finances, living conditions all affect the mental health of students, and currently we are undergoing a mental health crisis on our campuses. Lack of registered physicians and supports are affecting students day to day, and if you have seen the stories, it is becoming horrific. Students are affected by these issues drastically, especially as many have to work full or part-time jobs on top of their full course loads in order to raise their families, support their parents, or support their own education. Increased capacity for mental health supports and increased access to safer and more affordable housing is in the best interest of not just the community, but as the student population as a whole. It is the opinion of the students' unions that essentially this needs to be passed. It is the beginning of an alleviation of concern that many in our community feel is necessary to continue forward. We at U of T especially have integrated course learning within communities like these. I know a professor of mine had run a course dealing with Regent Park Focus, which is a group within the Regent Park community, and that was an amazing project. And seeing more of that going forward would be beneficial not just to the community, but also integrating more creative solutions into solving issues that we currently can't see. And thank you very much for allowing me the time to speak today.
Thank you, Lucas. Questions? Councilor Wong Tam?
I think just a few of them. Lucas, can you reiterate for me, because I didn't hear quite clearly, how many U of T students actually reside within this catchment area?
So we based our numbers off postal code areas, and that largely resulted in just around 7,000 students, 6,800. Yeah.
7,000 roughly students living in the
U of T
area.
alone, yeah.
Yeah, and so that means that if we were to factor in the students perhaps from Ryerson University, George Brown, and other institutions of higher learning, that student population is quite significant.
Yeah.
And that's probably because the downtown east, especially in the downtown core, is one of the last remaining areas of some semblance of affordable rental. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. I know hundreds of students who live in the area. It is one of the places that I can afford. So and we are often targets of predatory landlords, unsafe living conditions, and on top of that, because we have to.
So the multi-million-dollar strategy that is going to increase the enhanced services for the area, that's going to see additional cleanup of public realms, to see additional supports for those communities that are most vulnerable. This would overall improve the quality of neighborhood for those students and also make it safer for the students and everyone else. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And then finally, with respect to mental health supports, because I think you've highlighted that we're hearing more and more about mental health crises within the community. For the University of Toronto students, as a student, when you hit that wall and or perhaps start to live with mental health, where do students go?
It depends on the student largely. A lot of students are beginning to feel uncomfortable going to our own mental health and wellness services due to recent policy proposals by the university. However, many students rely on those services on campus for the accessibility and the on-campus support. Many students also go off campus to clinics, hospitals, CAMH, and that's where we largely.
And that's specifically one of the biggest service deficits and gaps that we see in the downtown east.
Yeah.
So if we don't have the provincial government coming in to support the enhancement of this type of service, crisis prevention, mental health supports, addiction and recovery and treatment, specifically the student populations, the generation for tomorrow, right? They will be at risk.
Yes, absolutely. If we want to think of in the future, we are the future as it stands, just as you all were at one point in your lives. If we don't have the proper supports now, we will never have the proper supports.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucas. Our last speaker, Greg Cook. Greg Cook. He left? Okay. Questions of staff?
Just a
Councilor Wong
couple.
Tam.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to try to make it quicker. I realize it's been a long day. With respect to the service plan that's actually proposed, you've got some short-term immediate actions, some midterm, and then some long-term strategic initiatives. Can you highlight for us some of the key components that will address the concerns that were raised by the deputants?
Through the speaker, or through the chair rather, the focus of the work is around increasing the coordination between existing services, making sure that we have services that are responsive and meeting the needs of the individuals, not expecting individuals to meet the requirements of a particular service, to increase the amount of supports available to continue to work with community to identify gaps and address those, as well as addressing the security concerns. A fair amount of the plan is focused on increasing our ability to understand which interventions are working are best so that we can enhance those. Another key element is to invest in hearing from people who are living in the most difficult circumstance, rather than assuming what interventions those people need, investing in simply hearing from them and understanding their needs, and then designing programs from that place.
Thank you. And with respect to the current challenges of the downtown east, it's largely being fueled by the opioid crisis, as well as the mental health crisis in terms of lack of supports and the lack of affordable housing. Is that not correct?
That is correct, and it is a situation that has existed for some time. It has been increasing in intensity, so much of the comment made by deputants is a very, very accurate reflection of the reality.
And so the learnings out of the Downtown East Action Plan and what will be an outcome that will be measured in terms of effectiveness, if we're successful here, the epicenter of all of that, then we could be setting a model that could work across the city in terms of rapid deployment, in terms of responses to people living with psychosis, breaking down the silos between the departments that don't always work together. So if we're successful in the downtown east, we can actually help the city develop this rapid response. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I would agree with that completely. We're trying to redesign the system, but we're doing it from a very local, place-based focus.
And with respect to Dan Harrison and the Sherbourne corridor, because I know that there's been lots of challenges there over the past few years, the rethinking of the Dan Harrison complex at 251 Sherbourne, as well as the safety concerns around Sherbourne, that is going to require multi-year thinking, but also some significant investments. Do you believe that this can be done within the 5-year action plan?
Through the chair, absolutely, it is required. The focus on Dan Harrison has to be within the context of the whole Dundas-Sherbourne area. If we fix one building but don't address the others, we've just moved the problem one street address. It will take significant investment to achieve that, but it is imperative that we address the issues at Dundas-Sherbourne. And
then my final question is regarding the challenges that have been that have emerged out of Yonge and Dundas. There has been an escalation of random violence. There has been a lot more illegal dumping in terms of garbage disposal, as well as some leftover personal artifacts. This plan specifically enhances service levels to address a lot of those concerns. Is that correct? And also that it's to be done through a community health focused lens, not necessarily top down from policing.
Through the chair, that is correct, and I would emphasize that we will, with council direction, implement the plan and report on an ongoing basis in terms of what's successful, where we need additional resources, and which work we should stop doing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Speakers, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the committee. I recognize that you've had an extremely long day. I do have a letter that I've placed before you. It's about 3 pages long, but it highlights some additional amendments to the excellent staff report before us, and I want to thank Councillor Cressy in advance, who's going to take carriage of that. This Downtown East Action Plan is historic. How broad it goes and how holistically it tries to tackle some of the biggest social challenges in the country right now from a geographical place-based vantage point is quite extraordinary. And I want to thank the city's staff, and in particular Adoranke Akonde, as well as Emily Martin and Chris Brillinger and his team, who have actually really tried to mobilize all the different divisions at the city. The complex challenges that are in place right now in the Downtown East is really one that requires a multi-sectoral approach, but also an interdisciplinary approach to how we deliver service. And of course, we know that the City of Toronto cannot do it all. Much of the report speaks to what the city can do, and I recognize that the staff are digging in really deep and pulling out additional enhanced services for this neighborhood that does not exist anywhere else across the city. But clearly, the demonstration of need is there. With respect to 32% of the overall overdose crisis calls in the entire city happening in the downtown east, with the fact that we have 11% of all hospital discharges in the area are those individuals who are most vulnerable, but being discharged not to affordable housing or housing with supports, but they're being discharged back onto the street or being discharged into shelters or to respite centers where those facilities are not equipped to provide special ongoing medical care or perhaps treatment and recovery for individuals. So this is actually a very, very important report because it does the hard work. If it was a simple fix, I'm fairly confident that every order of government would have done it before. But because it's complicated, this is actually unprecedented. And the reason why I think it's so important is because if we are successful at trying to address the concerns that we have already seen manufactured by the crises in the downtown east, then we will be able to develop a city-wide rapid response to some of the challenges that we know that are happening now in neighborhoods and pockets of Scarborough, that are happening in neighborhoods and pockets of Etobicoke and North York. But the downtown east has been the epicenter of all of that, and the communities who live there have been under siege. Sure, of course, the downtown east has always been historically home to many marginalized and disadvantaged individuals and populations. But what we've seen in terms of the level of violence and community harm, the level of harm not having adequate mental health supports, the level of harm not having adequate housing has been unprecedented, to the point that I don't think that people who have lived in those communities for 30 or 50 years, including the service providers who've been on the ground decades providing supports for the most vulnerable, they have been asking for help. I would say crying for help. Is the strategy perfect? Absolutely not. And it's not perfect is because we don't have 3 orders of government at the table right now. The Downtown East Action Plan will be successful if we can get the provincial and federal government to the table as active participants and partners with adequate funding, with caring, community, compassionate action plans of their own, which means that the pieces that they're responsible for, which includes mental health supports, which includes supportive housing, which includes crisis prevention, all of that they are responsible for, they have to come to the table. If they don't come to the table, and this is actually critically important, then all the work that the communities have done will probably not end up with the results that they want. And the results that are driving this report is all about building safe and inclusive neighborhood. It's about making sure that there's a cross-sectoral collaboration across the different service providers. It's about making sure that we can develop and scale up a rapid response for the city. If we don't have the provincial and federal government coming to bear with the resources, the Downtown East Action Plan will just be a shadow of itself. But we've taken the first step. We've laid out what the city will do and what we will own and say this is our responsibility and we're not shying away from it, but we're adding to it. Then I think that that is also a very important way for us to demonstrate to the other orders of government we're in services, plan, money, strategy, heart, and soul. Now we need you to come to the table. And I would like very much for this plan to be adopted by City Council, because if you think that this is a downtown problem, to colleagues out of the downtown core, you'll be surprised, because I think for those who see the crises that's happening across the downtown east, it is coming to those neighborhoods. So let us develop the strategy that will fix the problems that we have, take care of the most vulnerable, that allows them to be provided for. And sorry, I'm seeing the clock over there for.
I started very late.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. But
6 minutes and change.
Thank you. My final thought is just to be that these services around the wraparound piece has got to be holistic and it's got to be funded. And if it's not, then the City of Toronto, the particular term, we have then effectively failed these communities.
Thank you.
It's that important.
Councillor
Thank you.
Cressy to speak.
I am happy to take carriage and to place the motion on behalf of Councillor Wong-Tam, and I just want to commend staff as well as Councillor Wong-Tam for all of their work in a very challenging context. Thank you.
Thank you. So no further speakers. The motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Items been amended. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. 6.18, implementing the Regent Park Social Development Plan. We have a couple of speakers. Joel Klassen. Joel Klassen here. Good evening, Mr. Klassen. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Well, I will thank you very much for having me today and for allowing our community to come and speak. A number of us will be speaking. And I just lost mine, so I'll just have to go off my memory and wing it. What's before the committee today is funding for a full-time equivalent position for a community development worker to support the social development plan in Regent Park. That plan is something that is gaining a lot of momentum in the community. There's a lot of residents and a lot of organizations that have come together to try to develop a bunch of actions and to figure out ways to move those actions along. And we'd like to, we know that there's a lot of energy, and we know that with the complexity of what's happening with the revitalization, to bring that energy together and to bring to fruition the ideas and the aspirations that people have. If that position can be funded, that will allow the completion of what people have in mind. There are 4 pillars in the stakeholders table in the social development plan. There's safety, there's employment, there's community building, and safety, community building, employment, and communication. We know that this, with a number of people coming together around these themes, that there can be that the revitalization can have a lot of success. With we can see in revitalizations in other parts of the continent that it's easy for them to go to not fulfill the promise that they have at the beginning. Especially if they don't have the supports. It's one thing to build the physical infrastructure, to build buildings, but alongside that is the social infrastructure, the social cohesion, the social fabric of the community. And if that is not focused on and not resourced, it will, in the end, make it much more difficult for revitalizations to have the success that they could have, as we've heard earlier in relation to some of the items on community benefits, for example. So we know in the community that this will make a big difference for us if we can have that kind of that knitting together that this position would offer. It's a much more on the ground thing than some of the other positions that the city has been able to offer, and it would be much closer up and would offer much better prospects of success for all the many different needs that there are in the community. I was just talking to a mother in the community last night who is very clear. She has a mother of a youth, and she feels, and she feels through conversations with him and his friends, that youth in the community are feeling like they're not really included in what's happening there right now. That's a longer-term thing that needs to be addressed in a number of ways, but this is one piece that would be able to give more attention to the needs that we're hearing from people in the community. So we'd suggest that you and ask you to approve this item.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Deanie Peters. Good evening, welcome, thank you for your patience today.
Oops, I'm short. Thank you for listening to what I have to share with you today. I've served on the front line as a community development worker on behalf of the Regent Park Community Health Center for 27 years. I've also lived in the Regent Park community since 1981, and for 30-plus years, I've served as a governor on numerous nonprofit agencies that provide programs and services in Regent Park. I'm an honorary director of the Toronto Quanah Boys and Girls Club and former board president of Regent Park Focus and Dixon Hall. I've also been involved with the SDP from the beginning as I participated on the core committee during the span of time the original document was written and have been a long-standing member of the SDP stakeholders table. Therefore, this perspective I have is somewhat of a rare mixture of experiences. And there have been many times when the responsibility of being a blend of a resident, a service provider, and a governor within the same community has been tremendously challenging as well as extremely exhausting. However, this multi-lens insight has equipped me with direct knowledge of the impact redevelopment has had to date on the social environment and sense of community that can only be developed effectively by the very same people whose lives are the real tangible evidence of whether the transformation process gets a pass or has failed to produce the desired beneficial results as intended. If the quality of life for all residents has improved, and they have a shared sense of identity, equity of influence, opportunity, and belonging within Regent Park, then redevelopment and the SDP is a success. But if it fails due to the lack of social cohesion within the new mixed-income community, the negative fallout will result in division and confrontation between Toronto community housing and private market residents that will ultimately have a domino effect experienced across Toronto. A major concern that has continued to be problematic is inconsistent coordination of the SDP stakeholders table and the ongoing turnover of staffing support that's required to manage the power dynamics and diverse relationships that exist within this collaborative structure. Without consistent, stable, and dependable coordination, achieving meaningful progress of the SDP implementation is beyond difficult and excessively slow. Unfortunately, the process will be running really smoothly, and just when it's starting to feel like everybody's on the same page and appropriately prepared to move forward, everything grinds to a halt as the all-consuming desperation to obtain yet another coordinator takes priority. We can't carry out this complexity of work without a coordinator focused specifically on the SDP. To properly manage a project of this vast importance, the coordinator position must be ongoing throughout the remainder of this massive neighborhood transformation. So then we're not always in a state of uncertainty about how to sustain this essential role or required to validate again and again this critical need of staff support, which sadly has been a song that has remained the same for far too long. An investment made to support the infrastructure stability of the SDP process is a sound investment in health, safety, and the overall sense of well-being experienced by every resident who calls Regent Park their home. Much appreciate this opportunity, and I ask you to please respond favorably to our request.
Thank you. No questions? A question, Councilor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you for the deputation. Do you recall when the Regent Park revitalization efforts began?
Yeah, well, we have a 2005. The document took a number of years to finalize. It was 2007.
And with respect to the social development plan that's specifically designed back in 2005, 2007 for the Regent Park community, that was supposed to be a living document.
Yeah, an evolving framework.
And then evolving framework. And as far as you can tell, how much of the social development plan, how much of it has been implemented?
Well, one of the challenges that we had with the original document was we didn't actually ever get to a place where the indicators or measures, benchmarks were developed. Although it's a bit challenging, one of the challenges we had, again, like I say, it was the start, stop of this project. A lot of staffing turnover, a lot of leadership turnover, so every time that happened, another agenda would come. So then what we were doing, we'd stop that and then we'd start doing something else. So the inconsistency was a challenge throughout that, and not being able to actually identify the achievables.
And that's
a
what-
challenge.
yeah, and thank you. And that's why you're saying specifically by funding the coordinator position and not and ensuring that there is no service and administration gap will stop the cycle of the
start, stop,
constant
turn this way, that way, yes.
Yeah. So
And-
that's how important it is.
And there's a lot of moving parts. And the coordinator position is the glue that connects all those moving parts. So that was another one of the challenges with the turnover or the stop and, you know, times where we wouldn't have anyone in that position and kind of everybody was pitch hitting, so.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mary Ann Scott. Okay, Marion Scott, not here. Marion Scott. Sakib Ashton? Not here. Ismail Afraf? Ismail? Good evening, Ismail. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and community members and city councilors. My name is Ismail Afrah, and I am a social development coordinator at CRC Regent Park Community Food Center. I support resident leadership and help implement the social development plan for Regent Park. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to hear from residents and to help inform some of the important work you have to consider in this committee. The item before you today, implementing the Regent Park Social Development Plan, aligns well with the goals of this committee. The Economic and Community Development Committee's primary focus is social cohesion, just as the Social Development Plan, its focus is social cohesion and inclusion. Revitalization has always embodied these two motivations, whereby you create a mixed income community and a mixed use community with social cohesion as an essential pillar to the realization of revitalization. This is why revitalization was always conceptualized as physical redevelopment and social redevelopment. You cannot have one without the other. The physical development is in its last phase, with phases 4 and 5, with residents moving back into new buildings, new houses, with state-of-the-art facilities that have been built, and residents are excited about the opportunity to use and access these services. As you know, there have been many challenges with access, but considerable improvements are underway to remedy with partnerships with this committee direction, with Parks, Forestry and Recreation, and with some of the local piloting program we've introduced to improve local access. So coming back to this item, physical redevelopment is going well. What about social redevelopment? The true meaning behind revitalization is social redevelopment. The Regent Park residents, in collaboration with community agencies and stakeholders, have identified 4 pillars in the areas of social development: safety, community building, employment, and communication. The original SDP, with 75 recommendations, faced challenges because of the lack of structural supports and a strong governance. Nonetheless, community partners made great headway. The refreshed SDP learns from those mistakes by developing a strong governance structure and strong structural supports for the stakeholders table. That is why this item before you is so essential and important. A community support worker is essential and necessary if we want to implement the social development plan. The community support worker is needed to coordinate the diverse stakeholders, facilitate, convene, and support resident leadership and engagement. The work is hands-on and is place-based. In conclusion, the decision to support Regent Park social development aligns with your mandate for creating social cohesion, and it also aligns with the several strategies you have in place, such as the TSN 2020 of activating resources, activating neighborhood-friendly policies. The promise of revitalization is social development. The lives of residents are changed, that safety is improved, that employment opportunities are made available, and that community building efforts are supported, and communication is accessible. This work needs support, and before you is the opportunity to deliver the promise of revitalization for Regent Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail. Questions?
Yes,
Councilor
thank
Wong-Tam.
you. With respect to the report, speaking to 2 very concrete pieces. One is the funding for the coordinator position to execute the SDP, as well as there's the actual SDP itself, so the social development plan itself. What I do see in the report right now is that the coordinator position is slated to be funded by moving it to the 2020 budget process. The social development plan is not identified here for funding. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, the most essential piece for the social development plan is the coordinator, because the coordinator is the front line where everything else gets arranged, but also the secondary element is the plan itself. And the last SDP had 75 recommendations, and it was not costed out, it was not implemented. Some aspects were implemented by community agencies and community partners, but it wasn't costed out or identified. So we've learned a lot from that past experience, and working with City Council, we're hoping that the refreshed document will have costed out timeline, and it starts with getting a coordinator first, and then the next step is to help implement those action items.
Thank you. And I've drafted a motion specifically speaking to identifying the needs as well as the resources required to cost out the actual social development plan. You would support a motion like that, because right now that is still the missing piece out of this report, would you say?
Yes, and I would like to remind Council and the committee members that if you remember, revitalization has always meant a 2-side approach. By just changing the physical infrastructure, by just changing the buildings, you do not change lives. The way you change lives is by improving all the different aspects identified by the plan, which is around employment, which is around communication, and which is around community building. If these items, these action items are not implemented, are not costed, then there is no revitalization. All the money you've spent on revitalization is meaningless if you do not support the real outcomes. And the real outcomes is not just physical buildings, it's supporting people.
Thank you. You've said it all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ina Lawajang. Ina? Ina, I'm sorry, Ina.
No, that's all right.
Thank you for your patience. Welcome. Good evening. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Well, good evening, almost evening. I think that I'd like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity, and I think that the council needs to fund the position and the program for all the right reasons, right? But I'm really here today, I'm here tonight because I wanted to talk about some other reasons. And like, we don't have a table with the city present, and I just want you to kind of know what you missed up until now, because we're now in session 3 and 4, right? So Daniel Spectrum Building is supposed to be for the residents to use, and I'm just going to tell you right now that that's not true. Okay, we are not given access to that building, but that's one thing. Our trees are dying in the big park that was built on contaminated soil, and the contractor that built that is no longer in business, so we can't get any help for that. But we have a beautiful bake oven that has a big crack in it so that our heat goes out, but we do love our bake oven, don't get me wrong, because I help start the fire there, and I am a big part of that bake oven, and that really does bring community together. It's just that the quality of our bake oven, the poor people's bake oven, is not exactly up to par, but that's, you know. The greenhouse is not usable during the winter, which is my thoughts on when you're supposed to have a greenhouse so you could grow things in the winter, because there was no heat, and I don't know why, but so we really haven't been able to access that a lot. The building that the seniors building at 252 Sackville was built on the geothermal plant, which is a great way to heat and cool an area. However, I've never heard of a building being built upon it, because you have a lot of noises that come from the belly of the earth that come up, but nobody told the seniors at that building that they were on a geothermal plant. So if you can imagine that people thinking that these noises that they're hearing from their neighbors downstairs or from the neighbors upstairs has caused a lot of stress, and nobody told them that, oh, there's a geothermal plant underneath your building. That being said, it is also the center for all that heating and cooling for that neighborhood. And they store water at the top of it in this big, huge water buffalo, and that broke. A wall of water came down from the roof, down the stairs, from the 22nd floor all the way down, and nothing has been done to fix the water damage. And that was a few years ago. So you can imagine that there's probably mold growing now. The seniors building itself, when you walk in, there's this huge sinkhole that they have fixed 30 times in the last 7 years. It's right where the seniors who have mobility devices need to go to get into their building, but this sinkhole just continues to sink. And I mean, this is just a little bit, but this is very, very stressful to your seniors. It has 2 elevators, one of which are always broken, and they're very scary. When I go to visit my friend Pam there, I've been trying to go to the top, but I've been taken up, back down, like, I don't know, but they're very scary elevators. Let's see, I don't know. I just wanted you guys to know that it's important for you to be there when you're building these. You know, everybody says, oh, Regent Park is this revitalization, it's so wonderful. But it's not wonderful unless people are held accountable and things are done correctly. And like, I mean, building the whole park on contaminated soil, is that done correctly? The trees are all dying because there wasn't given enough for their roots. They've planted them twice, but they're dying because there's nowhere for the roots to go because it just hits like this rock stuff. I mean, that's not right, you know, and then there's no bathroom at that park. So you got this beautiful park, but poor people apparently are only supposed to pee on the bushes, or I don't know, because there's no facilities in that park. And I don't mean to be negative about it is good, and there are positives,
Wrap
and
up, please,
people.
you're running out of time. Can you wrap up?
The people are appreciative, but I think it's important to fund this table and then take part of it and hold people accountable as the last 2 phases come in. That's it.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker, Walid Kojai. Walid? No? Okay, then we have Marwan. Oh, Walid is here, I'm sorry. Good evening, Wally. Thank you for your patience, my friend.
No worries.
You have 5 minutes, my friend.
Thank you very much. So I'm here to introduce myself, but also support a family member who's going to be deputing with you next, specifically with regards to the social development plan. So my name is Walid Kogali Ali. I'm an activist and community leader based from Regent Park. I love this city, and I actually will like to challenge our city council to push back against gentrification, which is actually, a lived experience for many of us, folks who've been forced to not be able to live in the city. What I'm hoping we could do is consider investments when it pertains to staffing the support levels for social planning development plan specifically. What I mean by that is the recommendation has budgeted one staff person. I think it's $85,000. And I just believe for a multi-billion-dollar revitalization project and for a community that desperately needs much more support from our city when it pertains to staff that could make recommendation comes to mentorship, resources that are available in the city, I think we could do much more. So one of my asks today is to invest more in supporting the implementation of the social development plan by adding additional staff levels. The second thing that I want to quickly talk about is the fact that we are actually in the midst of a transformation, a very important transformation in our community. We have a lot of folks who have grown up in Regent Park, who've grown up in St. Jamestown, who've grown up across the downtown east, who are now trying to make meaningful investments in the community by seeking also home ownership. And I think the social development plan has to connect with other factors such as home ownership in the city, which is right now threatening the dreams and also the aspirations of many of our youth who are trying to live in the city. Finally, I just want to thank members of council for pushing for more funding when it pertains to city services, especially when it pertains to the tax that our city have received from provincial government, and I hope that provincial government will see the benefits of investing in the City of Toronto, because we actually contribute a lot more to our province than we take in, and I hope that investment is clearly put in place in the social development plan, which is actually changing lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you. Our next speaker is Mirwan Kogali and Sam Haig. They're coming up together. No? Yeah, you guys are coming together, right? Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome. You're fighting over the chairs there.
Thank you.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello guys, my name is Marwan and I'm a community member and resident of Regent Park. Lived there for over 15 years now. I also come in today wearing a hat of entrepreneur of a security company that's going to be a social enterprise catering to the Regent Park community. As just Joel and Ishmael just spoke today about the 4 critical aspects of the social development plan, which includes the employment aspect. And understanding that the revitalization is not just about physical buildings. So when you talk about Regent Park, there's a lot more issues that are deeper than just the physical buildings. You're talking about the at-risk youth who still exist in this community, who are faced with barriers, employment barriers. So I've done my, I try and I've pivoted myself in the community to try and assist at-risk youth by providing employment at higher wages. And even then, I feel like there's a lot of limitations that we're facing, which is the opportunity and also the capacity. I don't think we have the capacity. So the social development plan is very critical because it unravels all that. Another key thing that I wanted to speak about is just the at-risk youth. I don't feel like they're represented well. When you're talking about the community, I don't feel like, just like I said before, the revitalization is not just the physical buildings. There's a lot more issues that are deeper than that. And then also, as Regent Park kind of like ends on its, today it's classified as a neighborhood improvement area, but also now it's going to be a hybrid with this mixed income people, and it adds this complexity of where these people and their identity and where they're going to stand by. So I feel like the social development plan is very critical in identifying all that. And
Hello, my name is Sam Hack. I'm also a Regent Park resident for the last 16 years. I found a home in Regent Park, and right now with all the ongoing developments that are happening and with the proposal of the SDP plan, and specifically in economic development with employment, I myself feel very strongly that it's a very good opportunity to start creating long-term changes with the form of employment in industries that we never formally explored before, but that generate millions of dollars per year. We have an opportunity to do that, and with the support of the funding for this plan, we can actually execute. A little background about myself is that I run a graphic design and printing company, and we specialize in helping individuals to start their businesses from the ground up when it comes to marketing and advertising for their business ambitions. We've been working a lot within the community and actually sponsoring individuals who can't afford to start their businesses, to actually give them a helping hand to look confident in front of the marketplace and actually try to not be perceived just as hustlers from Regent Park, but actual business owners. Morwan is actually one of our clients, and we think this is a very good opportunity to expand on an industry, and with that the City of Toronto already supports businesses like ours, very large corporations. For example, Enterprise Toronto is an active partner with Vistaprint. And I think that it's kind of unfair to local businesses that we cannot compete in a marketplace that large corporations are now starting to explore, including Staples Canada. They just launched a recent program that are targeting individuals that are in our ecosystem, and they are from our communities who want to start their businesses, but because they have a lot bigger market cap and a lot bigger finances to spend, it's easier for them to advertise their services. We provide the exact same services, if not even better. And we want to be part of this entire growth by using our local community members, youth that are interested in doing videography, photography, graphic design, all types of different digital media-related services that they're interested in. And my company itself is actually actively mentoring these youth in our community. We have a tremendous amount of talent in our community, and we want to be able to get that chance to actually generate business and not look for just funding for via grants or via just handouts. Like, we want to make a living. We have an opportunity to make a living, and if you guys, if this kind of funding does get approved, this will be a tremendous, it'll be a game changer within our community, because we can bring all of the production lines that are happening right now for the City of Toronto that is worth millions of dollars out in the West End, right in the downtown core, through the proposed SDP plan. So this is something that's thought out, and we have experienced people in specific industries that are stepping up, including myself and Morwan, who want to make a difference and want to make a change for the people in our community.
I just want to add one more point, sorry if you guys don't mind. When you're talking about the problems of Regent Park, this at-risk youth, and you're talking about the revitalization, the problem is deeper than just that. You talk about the at-risk youth who struggle with employment, which is a critical point. And I feel like you look at the Eden Center shooting that happened, the tragedy, all that was Regent Park. They brought their nonsense into Eden Center, a public place, bother the safety of the City of Toronto. So what I'm trying to say to you guys is someone that really understands the dynamics of this neighborhood, I feel like this is very critical. Just the unraveling of this whole SDP plan, which a lot of people are behind, I feel like is very critical, and just not just the future of Regent Park, but the future and the safety of Toronto as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Questions? Question one, Councilwoman Tam.
I think I have one question, and thank you very much for your deputation. In the social development plan, it highlights at my quick read at least 13 different strategies around employment. You are in agreement, obviously, of those strategies that are contained in the plan. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that the security cooperative that you just spoke about, did that come out of this plan?
Yes.
Okay.
So pretty much the whole idea of that is like when you're, for someone to get training in security, you do require to pay for the training. So the whole idea is to incorporate that social enterprise component to allow the youth to get free training and uniforms and help them actually work in the community as well.
So now we just need to scale out that.
That is correct.
program.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further speakers, questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you very much. With respect to the funding that was identified as potential opportunities here, it also lists that there are 3 communities that funding could be allocated towards, and that includes Lawrence Heights as well as Alexander Park. Is that the intention, that perhaps the $250,000 through the city's funding, would that go to the 3 communities, or is that just for 1 community? It wasn't clear to me the way it's written.
Through the chair, on page 3 of the report,
Yes.
where we identify funding opportunities, the first paragraph is referring to existing city funding. That would be covering all 3 neighborhoods. The second paragraph refers to a funding initiative led by United Way that's specific to Regent Park.
Okay, so even if those 2 sources of funding were to materialize and become actually available, it still most likely would not be enough to fund the SDP, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's yet to be determined. The chart attached to the report that lists the range of initiatives and opportunities, some of which the deputant spoke to. Some of that is currently resourced. We would have to do further work with the community to identify what are the priority initiatives and programs against those existing funding sources, see where the gaps are to identify an actual ask related to this.
Okay. And what is SDFA's role in ensuring that the Regent Park Social Development Plan is operationalized and executed properly?
We are the responsible city division for that activity.
Okay, so just to sum it up, so would it be accurate to say that your division owns the social development plan?
We are the city, I am the city staff person responsible for its implementation.
But you also need to work, so that's very helpful, but you also need to work with a number of community partners to make sure that that plan is implemented, is that correct?
We need to work with community partners and our divisional colleagues across the city, which is why I resist using the word owning.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's fair. I was just hoping that we would figure out who's responsible for the SDP, because I think that because the revitalization efforts for the 69-acre has been ongoing for a decade and a half, and the fact that the social development plan is a living document that needs to be executed and implemented in order for you to have the tall building and the sort of new facility success match the human experience success. That plan has got to be responsibility of some division.
The executive director of social development, finance, and administration is the accountable division head for that.
Okay. And so because the social development plan has not been costed as of yet, the coordinator position that your report speaks to funding, it is their responsibility now to then cost out the SDP and then to bring it back to make sure that we can actually take on the components that the city would be responsible for. Is that correct?
Correct. We would work with the community to identify the priority actions, then identify what is already in either funded or in the different divisional budgets, and identify the difference and come back with that number.
And is it the intention that that number, which is obviously going to result in a request for city dollars, is the request that that number then be pushed through the budget process?
That's certainly a direction committee could give to us today.
Okay. And then finally, if there was no SDP and if there was no coordinator position that's being suggested for funding today, and if we did not cost out the SDP, would Regent Park revitalization be successful?
That, through the chair, that's a perhaps very impossible question to answer. I can say that I think Ms. Peters identified The challenge when you have uneven support and you have a stop and start approach, I can say that the revitalization will be much more successful with proper investment.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion which Councillor Cressy is going to take care of for me, and that's specifically asking the Executive Director of SDFA to review the proposed actions, services, and programs contained in the Social Development Plan, and then to actually identify priority actions and the resources needed in time for the 2020 budget process. So therefore, it's about making sure that the SDP is actionable and costed, and that we are going to implement it. And of course, you can't do that work unless you have the coordinator that's going to be the quarterback in the community that's going to carry that ball down the field. Sorry for the sports analogy, but I'm feeling it. This is actually really important because recognizing that I'm sort of the new councillor just crossing over to Sherbourne, and Regent Park is a neighborhood that I am familiar with, but the actual on-the-ground pieces for revitalization as we see it, as those who are from the outside, it's a gleaming new community. Lots of new development, lots of new state-of-the-art facility, and yet we still have some existing social challenges that have not been addressed. And I think the deputant spoke so beautifully and so passionately about the fact that if we don't actually invest in people, then the revitalization effort, I would argue, is actually not going to be successful. Why do it in Lawrence Heights? Why bother in Alexander Park if we're not actually going to improve the quality of lives for those who are living there, who work there, who study there, and pray there? So to me, this is that missing piece. We will figure out what 4 and 5 revitalization look like. I have no doubts that we will sort that out. But this is the harder work that needs to be done in order for the community to be supported. And it also means that the 69 acres that makes up Regent Park revitalization, it has to be woven together. Otherwise, there will be gleaming glass towers and the community not feeling like they belong. And I have heard from community members that they know that the revitalization effort without the active and strategic investments in people will leave them out in the code. And I think that to me will be a marker of not success but abject failure after a multi-million-dollar massive disruption to people's lives and not have them see themselves reflected in that success. And I want to thank the community. You folks are exceptional. You stayed as long as you did, and I know it's been a very long day for you, but I'm hoping that the SDFA division, as you heard, the executive director says, it's his responsibility, and of course he's retiring, but he'll be his his successor's responsibility to make sure that this gets implemented, and that we will have to come back as a community to make sure that City Council then funds the SDP plan. The Social Development Plan will need our championship, and in this room will probably be packed with Regent Park residents to make sure that the bigger ask, which is the Social Development Plan ask, which will probably be in the millions of dollars. That is the ask that will have to be funded in the 2020 budget if this is going to be successful. So today is light. It's only $85,000, and I know that it's going to require support from the local community, and the Regent Park Executive Directors Network is on the ground working already with the coordinator. So we extend that contract, but the next phase of work is going to be the big one, which is make sure that we don't necessarily just have gleaming towers, but we actually have proper programs and services and employment opportunities for everyone in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, you're moving Councillor Wong-Tam's motion.
Happy to support the plan and delighted to move the motion on behalf of Councillor Wong-Tam.
Motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, next item is 6.19, Toronto Grant Policy Update. We have a speaker, Lindsay Kretschmer. Is Lindsay here? Is Lindsay here? Lindsay, going once? Weiss, no Lindsay. Okay. Councillor Cressy's moving the recommendations on 19 on the grants policy. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. On our last item, 6.20, Community Service Partnership Renewal. Jeannie Jacquin. Good evening, and thank you for your patience today.
To speak with you this afternoon. My name is Jeannie Joquin, and I'm from Scarborough Centre for Healthy Communities. And we're an accredited community health organization that's been serving the communities of Scarborough for over 40 years. SCHC is dedicated to meeting the diverse and holistic needs of our communities by addressing the physical, mental, social, financial, and environmental aspects of their health. We do this through the promotion of healthy lifestyles and the delivery of a comprehensive range of culturally competent health and social services. I'm here today to ask for the Council's consideration in approving our CSP funding. I want to begin by asking for the Council's forgiveness in our late submission. Unfortunately, we had an issue with an email filter, and therefore emails relating to the submission deadline were not received. We were alerted on February 20th of 2018 that that the application window had closed and that our application had not been received, and hence that we could begin the process in applying for transition funding, meaning we no longer wanted to provide those services. We immediately took action and forwarded a completed application. Within less than 24 hours it was submitted. It's the basis of this technicality that our submission was not accepted nor reviewed for its merit, and therefore we are at great risk of further marginalizing an already vulnerable population in Scarborough. At a glance, the $195,750 that we receive from the Community Service Partnership Grant support 2,000 seniors to access community support services in Scarborough. These individuals last year accessed services over 67,000 times. It supports another 4,500 individuals and almost 1,700 households to access food bank support and meal programs per year. Of that 4,500, 41% of those individuals are between the ages of 0 and 19. 85% of those individuals reside in Toronto community housing. The concentration of poverty in Scarborough is unprecedented in the GTA. We serve a vulnerable and marginalized population, a large newcomer and refugee population, and a growing homelessness population, for whom the determinants of health, like food security, housing, and social isolation, are a key barrier to health equity. Our CSP funding has been critical in tackling many of the determinants of health. For example, we address social isolation and exclusion, which are associated with depression, poor mental health, caregiver burnout, and increased chances of premature and poor general health. Our community support programs help prevent and combat social isolation by delivering healthy and nutritious meals, providing yoga programs, hosting congregate dining events, having mindfulness classes, providing personal support workers who can offer companionship as well as safe bathing and medication reminders, along with assisting people to and from their medical appointments. All of these programs work together to help support seniors with the services they need, keeping them in their homes and communities longer and more safely, and thus lowering early and repeated hospital and long-term care admissions. We are also able to leverage the breadth of our other services to connect this vulnerable population with much-needed supports like primary care, mental health and addictions, harm reduction, health promotion, and chronic disease management. The programs and services supported by this funding are critical to the well-being of a large number of individuals and their families in Scarborough. They help us to provide essential services from home care to community meals. Without these funds, the following 6 programs are at risk of being significantly reduced or stopped completely. That includes Meals on Wheels, home support services, active living center for our seniors that provide social, physical, and recreational programming, our food bank, and our drop-in meal programs. The impact of the food bank and meal program, as I mentioned, serve over 45 individuals. 85% of the population served resides in Toronto community housing. We're strategically located in that location to provide direct access to services for vulnerable populations, reduce stigma of accessing help, providing on-site presence that help to leverage a bunch of other supports for the building that would be lost, and I want to demonstrate the impact of this through an example that one of our food bank users shared with us. Over 2 years ago, we received an unusual request from a community member asking if we had any socks at our clothing bank. Unusual as it was, we had actually received a generous donation of new socks and currently could spare more than a few. We asked him to come in and register for the clothing bank and also if he would be interested in the food bank. And that began our association with Bruce.
Please
It
wrap up.
seemed that
You're out of
Bruce-
time. Please wrap up. You're out of time.
At the end, I'll just end with Bruce's quote, if I may. Bruce went on to say that his connection with SCHC has impacted his life and health overall. He ended up using multiple services that were not just social services, but also health. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Our next speaker, Julia Gonzalez. Sure you can. You waited that long, you do whatever you want. Thank you for your patience. Good evening.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Julia Gonzalez. I'm the Director of Operations at Christie Ossington Neighborhood Center. I am here to make a deputation to reinstate our agency's eligibility for current CSP funding. Christie Ossington is a multi-service charity operating in wards 9, 11, and 12 in West Downtown Toronto. Our agency runs 2 shelters, transitional housing, a homeless drop-in, children's after-school and summer programs, youth programs, and a social enterprise cafe and catering company. CSP funding has been integral to the operation of our child and youth programs for the past 17 years. We have adhered to all the deadlines and funding requirements for this program since 1998. Recently, we missed a deadline, the submission of an eligibility screening tool, and we were told we would be transitioned out of the CSP portfolio. I am here to appeal with all my heart to this committee to give our agency another chance at retaining this precious core funding so we may continue the good, essential work we have been doing for 23 years in Toronto's West End communities. We use CSP funding for core staffing. Without this funding, both our child and youth programs are on precarious ground and likely to experience severe reductions in service. The Nook Children's Program in Ward 12 provides no to low-cost programming for over 500 children, youth, and caregivers every year. A CSP funding cut would mean reduced capacity and a probable move to George Chuvalo Neighborhood Center to minimize overhead expenses for the Nook. In this move, we would forfeit a gym, library, and private programming space we use to host a girls-only resilience building project. This move would eliminate access for families in Ward 12 who have relied on the Nook for safe, affordable programming where other options are not available. This would also disrupt the finely tuned and deeply rooted network of community connections which make our programs most effective, in terms of impact to families and in terms of cost effectiveness. Our children's programming in Ward 9 is just beginning. The new George Chuvalo Community Center was built to meet the needs of diverse, underserved families. Our first summer camp, starting next week, will provide affordable fine arts and theater programming for over 30 new local children. We have already engaged over 400 families in community programming since we opened just 6 months ago. CSP funding helped make the new center a reality, and it is a critical factor in its future success. Without CSP funding, our youth program and the Junction Triangle will be facing a serious reduction in services. The majority of our youth funding is short-term. Core funding from CSP makes it possible to sustain programming year-round and to provide ongoing support for the most marginalized youth. We provide programming in Ward 9 with and for nearly 20 LGBT+ young people each week, filling a dangerous gap in services to West End queer youth who are at disproportionate risk of mental and physical health issues, substance use, poverty, and suicide. We also employ over 20 youth each year in our social enterprise who struggle with major barriers to employment and well-being. All of these very vulnerable young people would be impacted by the loss of CSP funding. Our child and youth programs are cobbled together through the hard-won support of 23 different funders every year. 21 of those 23 funders provide short-term project funding. One of the only anomalies is CSP, which along with United Way provide the multi-year commitment we rely on to keep our child and youth programs stable. $30,000 in each program may not seem like a lot, but without it, our programs and in turn the communities we serve would suffer real consequences. During some exceptional circumstances this spring, we made a mistake which has put these two essential programs in jeopardy. We take full responsibility for that mistake. We are fighting now not for our agency itself, but for the well-being of vulnerable children, youth, and families in our community who rely on our programs for support, enrichment, and safety. The City of Toronto has been our partner in program delivery for 2 decades. We are begging you to restore stability to our child and youth programs through reinstating our CSP eligibility, so we may continue to do amazing work in our deserving communities for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julia. Any questions of the deputy? See none. Thank you, and thank you for your patience today. Our next speaker, Rebecca Chen. Hello, Rebecca. How are you? Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Rebecca Chen. I'm here speaking on behalf of New Canadian Community Center to request a consideration to reinstate the CSP funding for our organization. New Canadian Community Center is a non-for-profit organization founded in 2001. It has provided various services for new immigrants of all ages, focusing on senior citizens from the Chinese community in the GTA area. Our organization provides ongoing services and resources to help them integrate into Canadian society and improve their quality of life. The majority of our services and activities include, but not limited to, providing settlement information and referral services to new immigrants, seminars and workshops on the knowledge and the skills to prevent social isolation. And we also provide recreational and cultural opportunities to help them build a social platform and network, which helps them integrate into Canadian society as well. We have developed 11 teams in our organization, which we can organize activities on a regular basis for the seniors. In 2018, we have served about 5,000 seniors in total from the age of 65 and above. And we also have built up a network of volunteers. Now, currently, we have 80 to 100 volunteers on the list. Our main source of funding is a combination of government fundings and fundraisings. We have been granted the CSP funding starting from 2005, $45,000 a year. So as a growing organization, CSP funding is the biggest part of our financial resource and extremely critical for the operation of our organization. In 2017, CSP is 60% of our total funding, and 2018 is 45% of our funding. About 40% of the approved CSP funding is used towards our core administration expenses for the ongoing operation. The rest has been used to give financial support towards the senior groups in their activities. During the past 13 years, CSP funding has been fundamental for the organization. NCCC has complied with Canada's financial management standard for non-for-profit organizations and met all the requirements of the City of Toronto. The issue that now we are bringing to your attention today is the reinstating of our CSP funding. Due to the personnel change in both city and our organization, we unfortunately missed the renewal date submission deadline, and we cannot successfully complete the renewal process. The city officer with whom we coordinated for years retired last July, and the renewal notification emails from the replacement officer went to the spam. So as CSP funding is really critical in the operation of our organization, the challenges for daily operations and the program sustainability will be extremely hard for us going on forward. So they will also hinder the future growth of our organization. During our past 18 years as an organization, the NCCC has built an influential impact in the Mandarin-speaking senior community in the GTA area. So we really hope to continue our service to the community. And again, please take the consideration to reinstate NCCC to CSP funding renewal process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Do you have a question from Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputant, I really appreciate the fact that you're down here today making a deputation. How many people do you service in the Greater Toronto area from your organization?
So in 2018, through these 11 teams, we organized the activities, pretty much serve 5,000 seniors
What about,
in total.
besides the seniors, do you service anybody else?
Sorry?
Besides the seniors, do you service other members of the community?
We
Like,
have
do you
the-
service children? Do you service people that are lonely? Do you service families? Do you partner up with schools?
Yes, 80% of our, we are kind of focusing on senior, but we also have programs like interacting between generations. So that part serves the children and the newly coming family as well.
How many youth do you have that are interact with the seniors? How many youth do you invite in that interacting with seniors? That would be.
So we have 2 programs going on last year. One is like Neat Work, bring everybody together. Like we set up those workshops and programs going on, bringing the junior people and the senior people, they can work together.
Okay.
So that probably, because that program runs for the year basis, I would say like around 200 people.
200
The
youth, 200, okay.
juniors.
What about new Canadians?
New Canadians, we are more like providing the informations. We are providing the.
You provide information to new Canadians, how to access programs and where to go to get those programs and the deliveries.
Yeah.
So would you say that you're servicing a few thousand families?
I would say that, yeah, because they come to us and we distribute out all the information and help them find the correct path to.
Primarily, where are you located besides?
We are located at the head office, located at the 366 Midland Avenue, which is around.
Right.
Yeah,
Midland and Finch?
Yeah, Midland
Are
and
you also
Finch, right.
located downtown?
we don't have office in downtown.
Do people from downtown come to get your assistance?
Not really on the downtown area. The 11 teams majorly crossed North York and the Scarborough.
So you service North York, the
And
northern part of the
Scarborough.
city of Toronto?
Yeah, downtown is kind of, far from us, so it's hard to
Okay.
manage that part.
Do you service, besides servicing the mainland Chinese community, do you also service other clients?
Service out of,
No, but do you service other clients? Like, I mean, do you service people from the Middle East? Do you service people from Africa? Do a lot of
no, we are majorly like a Canadian, Chinese community.
Chinese community?
Yeah.
So you, okay. All right, I thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Councilor Lai, question?
You said that you're situated at Midland and Finch, is that correct?
Yeah, it's the address, the address is
3600?
360,
Midland Avenue?
3660 Midland Avenue.
So do you serve, mostly you serve the people around that area?
Yeah,
The two
yeah,
wards?
yeah.
I mean, over there, okay. And you were saying that your CSP grant for 2018 is $45,000, and it constitutes about 65% of your budget, is that correct?
Yeah, 2017 is 60%, and 2018 is around 45%.
So it's 45%?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Questions of staff? Our visiting councilor first, Councilor Karygiannis.
Thank you. We heard from one of the deputants that there was a person that has moved on, retired from the city, and their emails have gone to spam. Who would that have been that has, or was there a person that retired and maybe the emails that they were waiting for didn't go to them?
I'm not, through the chair, I'm not familiar with the individual the deputant was referring to. Regardless of that, the process is such that there is always a staff contact. I can assure committee that that communication to all applicants was clear.
Would it be possible that the communication that went in, because it wasn't from the same staff person, could have gone to their junk inbox? That's a possibility?
Through the chair, if that were the case, I would have concern about the agency's communication systems in general. There were 4 communications before the deadline that were sent to all applicants, and 95% or 98% were able to make the deadline. So I'm not clear on what the issue that the deputant is raising.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Ford, question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very quick. Does our staff have any concern about reopening the deadline? And does that put us in any sort of issue or whatnot with other organizations who may have missed deadlines in any other way, shape, or form?
Through the chair, staff are not suggesting that we reopen a deadline. There were 6 agencies who did not apply. 3 have come to speak to committee, 3 did not. If committee chooses to direct staff to accept an eligibility application, we will do so.
Thank you.
Councillor Lai, question? No? You good? Okay, Councillor Karygiannis, like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I really appreciate all the 3 applicants that were here that they missed the deadline for whatever reason, an oversight, an email bouncing into their junk folder. English is certainly not the primary language in a lot of these cases, and certainly when we're communicating with the different agencies, we rely on their knowledge of English in order for them to come forward. However, a lot of these agencies deal with communities that are vulnerable in the front lines, and a lot of these agencies have staff that it's more important for them to speak the language that they're servicing, the people that they're servicing, which is very, very important. In the case of NCCC, I've known them and worked with them for the last 18 years. So they started off as an organization on bare bones. They have since opened an office in my ward.
Sorry, Councillor Karygiannis, can I just stop you for 1 second? I need a motion to extend to finish this. No, I need a motion to extend to complete the meeting. I should have done that at 6 o'clock, and I apologize. Sleep with the switch. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry.
Okay,
all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Sorry.
Does that mean I get an extra minute now that you interrupt me? So what I'm asking is, I've seen the work that they have done. I've seen the work firsthand. I've seen the response from the communities. I've seen the work that they've done in reaching out to homes and people in difficulties, new Canadians, seniors. We have had seniors in the past up in my part of the world where a senior was put into a garage and it made the news, and this was the organization that moved forward in order to make sure that the senior was responded to. We have seniors that are vulnerable, seniors that are in crisis, and this organization, as well as other organizations, we also had about George Savala organization, named after a great boxer of ours, that they need it. Now, the fact that those 6 agencies missed it, I would ask staff, I would ask colleagues, please, to allow them to have made the applications in, and I think that there's going to be a motion that's going to be circulated, and if you find it in your heart to allow them to go in, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lai to speak.
I do have a motion, please.
Motion's on the screen. Councillor.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the indulgence and for staying so late. But I think sometimes things does happen, and as Councillor Karygiannis alluded to, we don't want these to happen. And I just wanted to say that we're here to help the most vulnerables, and I think for New Canadians, they're vulnerable, and the other one is, I think, this other, both three of our organizations, I have two information. This one is Scarborough Center for Health Communities, and they do a lot of good work, and the Meals on Wheels, and you name it, home supports, and food bank, and drop-in meal program, and I think I really wanted to give them a one-time basis, on a one-time basis, and next year is not, if you're late, you missed the boat. And I just wanted to hope that my colleagues here will support this motion, this one-time motion, because it's for the vulnerables. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I'm sorry, Councillor Ford.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that there were three other, we didn't get 6 applications. So for that reason, if the other 3 are not on there, I find this to be quite unfair to the others if we're going to make that one-time exception. So I'm sorry for the time. If it could be amended to give everyone a fair shot, I can support. If not, I will be opposed.
Okay, friendly amendment to add the other 3 in for a total of 6.
Yes.
Staff will reach out to the other 3. We good?
Yeah.
We good, guys? All in favor? Opposed, if any? This carries. See, it's worth the wait. Thank you. Okay, motion to adjourn by Councillor Cressy. All in favor? Oh, wait, hold on, I got the bill, sorry. Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed, carried. We need bills right now, we're good. Motion adjourned. Thank you to our awesome staff, as always. Thank you.